Whew. Good morning. How you doing, Rob? Really enjoyed Peter's videos on China, the world at war, etc. Pretty intelligent guy. Very intelligent. All right, so futures are higher. Most everyone knows we popped after CPI data came out and Red Book sales. Lots of volatility anticipated. S&P, we're looking for more volatility today, so we could see a fade from this high that we put in a little while ago at about 845, 850. We hit the highs this morning above 445 SPY. Futures tagged the 4460 zone. We're watching that level for supply and corresponding demand a little bit lower. We're right at the demand zone right now, 4440. That was the level we couldn't get above yesterday. Okay, so we're right at that level right now. We pull back. Let's see if the buyers exit or if they just wait for prices to come back down a little bit more. All right, seeing a little buying activity here. So overhead, we got 44.52 and 44.60, then 44.65 on the futures. We're trying to find some buyers right here. Volume's starting to pick up. We're looking for positive deltas. Today we have positive deltas. Yesterday we had negative deltas and then briefly moved higher after the 3 o'clock hour. We went to positive deltas and then it faded again. And then we faded really hard on Russia potentially using chemical weapons. So I didn't hear anything else about that. So I don't know if it was confirmed or what the deal was. Anyway, good morning, Susie. Good morning, Ali. So the NYPD investigating a possible explosion in a Brooklyn subway station during morning rush hour. Okay. All right, VIX is trying to climb back. It's headed towards 24. Yesterday's price action seemed to trigger a lot of put buyers as we saw puts starting to get some flow. That was mainly into the close as people were getting a little concerned at that news coming out about potential chemical weapons use. All right, they picked up something like 10,000 contracts. 10,000 contracts. 30,000 calls were added to 30,000 calls were added to 4450, likely placing that strike in play on any rebound. So 4450, we're seeing that on futures too, that area overhead where there was a seller up there at 4460 and 4450.
So just hearing some local news, multiple people have been shot in the New York City subway station and the trains have been halted.
Oh boy.
so hearing more comments from Putin now talking about confrontation with the West, says the time will put everything in its proper place.
Okay, getting ready for the opening bell. It's 4 minutes to go. I was just texting with my wife. She finally made it to
Seeing more
Moscow.
comments from Putin, who says that inflation and rising food and petrol prices in the West will start to put pressure on the politicians there.
And China as well. All right, so let's get rid of this. Let's get ready for the opening bell. Okay. All right, QID. I bought some QID around 315 or so, 320. That's being offset. It's down. It's a little lower right now. That's being offset by SPY calls from yesterday in the money. Okay, we're open. We are open. QID pulling back. SPY looking for a bounce. VIX looking for that to roll over. Okay, Riot bouncing this morning. Riot, LABU gapping up as well. LABU gapping up. Riot gapping up. Riot looks like it might be setting up a 3-candle reversal here. Looking for a move back to 17. I sold covered calls on Riot. Those covered calls are now, they're still up 50%. All right. I take that back. They're up 20%. It's AMC that's up more than 50%. AMC. I sold the 24 calls for May 20th and I made $2 and what was it? $2.76 per contract. So $276 per contract on AMC. I have 500 shares. So looking for AMC to continue as it moves back towards the highs. I look to sell premium again. I might take those off if AMC starts to move here off the 21 day. LPLA, that's something I wrote about this morning. Anton mentioned yesterday. I'm looking for a little dip on this one for an entry. Trying to break out LPLA, LPL Financial. CNQ, Canadian Natural, gapping up. All right, still in a nice bullish trend. All right, so we're seeing some aggressive buyers here on the futures. We got deltas are rising. All right, so fading a bit more. Looks like the futures are trying to hold this area 44 at 44.33. There's a pretty tight range between 44.38 and 44.31 as far as buyers and sellers. Sellers at 44.38 and buyers at 44.31. Deltas are rising. That looks good. Deltas are rising. So that's telling me that the bid keeps lifting and the offer is moving higher. Okay, even though SPY is pulling back right now from this gap up. All right, VIX trying to push higher. VIX. Give it a few minutes for the markets to give us a direction. Canadian Natural. Again, the Biden administration wants to buy more oil from Canada. Watching that. CNQ trying to push higher here. Futures are just stuck at the moment. Deltas are rising, so that's a good thing. Looks like you might see a little bounce here. Let's see who's doing what today. S&P 500, Apache again, Chevron, Devon Energy, Occidental Petroleum, MRO continues higher. Fortinet, Best Buy. Solar energy stocks might get a bounce here. Watch SEDG and Enphase Energy, SunPower, SPWR. Okay, this one's looking good, bouncing at 21 day. I like these pullbacks that get bought. I look for that second day, and I'd like to see volume above yesterday's volume. Enphase also looking for a bounce here. Trying to hold this area. Enphase, we've been long this since it moved above the 50 day. Canadian Natural continues higher. Okay, so Occidental Petroleum, Devon Energy, MRO, Marathon, Apache, Service Now. Okay, those are the most active. Let's look at the Dow real quick. CVX, top of the list. Home Depot following through. What's McDonald's doing? McDonald's last week looked good. McDonald's. Okay, that's faded. All right, so giving you an opportunity. Watch for the bullish day. Watch for the bullish day. McDonald's breaking out of a wedge or a broadening pattern. CNQ, Canadian Natural, still going here. Canadian Natural. FANG stocks were off yesterday. They're mixed today. NVIDIA is up $1.69. Microsoft trying to follow through. Facebook up a little bit, $1.85. Tesla's up 23. Okay, SPY, watching futures. Futures is in a very narrow range right now. We're starting to see a little bit of buying here, but we're in a very narrow range between 44.33 and 44.40, about a 7 handle range that we're trading right now. The overhead, the overhead supply is starting to dissipate, which is telling me that we might break above that level 44.40. All right, watching right now. A few sellers there. All right, starting to see some aggressive buyers on futures. Starting to see some aggressive buyers. Okay. Aggressive buyers on the futures here. Okay, watch the aggressive buyers here. We're starting to push price action to the upside. I'm not gonna bite just yet. I'm gonna wait a few minutes. We're expecting high volatility. VIX is rolling over now. We need to get above 44.40. First level. Futures, a few sellers coming in there at 44.40. Still pretty active. Early. Costco with a bounce up $1.90. Walmart's up 40 cents. Dollar Tree is up 86 cents. Dollar Tree, we been trading this one for a few days now. Dollar Tree, looking for the follow through. We got the follow through. Any push higher, I'll probably take a little bit off, look for a little dip. If we get up there near that third Keltner band at the top here, that is 168.38. If we get near that level, I'd probably take a little bit off, look for a little dip again. You can see this Dollar Tree tends to run for many days. Watching Costco and Walmart for the bounce. Walmart is consolidating as well. Alibaba's off a little bit today. JETS, there was a lot of talk about airlines this morning, airlines and higher prices. My wife just flew to Moscow from Myrtle Beach. She went from Myrtle Beach to JFK, JFK to Heathrow, Heathrow to Vienna, Vienna to Armenia, and Armenia to Moscow this morning. So you can imagine what that ticket costs. That's only one way. She left here without a return ticket, which was really weird. So I'll find out about it when I got to the airport with her. When you're coming back, well, I have a return ticket. They didn't. Some reason they had a problem with return airfares. So she'd be stuck in Moscow until she can figure out how to get back. I don't know if credit cards are how that's working. SPY is continuing to bounce here. SPY. Air travel, definitely looking better. Let's look at, just looking at Jets here. Jets looking for a push higher. Notice the buyers at the low this morning. Okay, buyers at the low of the day. On the little dip, looking for a follow through. Let's look at airlines like American, trying to push above the 21 day. Delta. All right, all these look pretty bullish here. Airlines look bullish. Let's see what UAL looks like. UAL. When they're all moving together, that's a good sign. UAL, um, LUV, LUV. All right, LUV. All right, what's Save doing? Spirit. What's going on? Save, Spirit. Okay, looking for a follow through. All right, so we banged against 44.50 real quick on futures. All right, we got supply at 44 futures, 44.50. Okay, so we got some sellers coming in here at 44.50. Algo's taking care of imbalances first 15 minutes. I'm not doing much of anything. Just looking for markets to shake out. All right, so we got Sherwin-Williams. That was one from last week that Rob mentioned. Sherwin-Williams. I have shares of Sherwin-Williams looking for a bounce. Okay. All right, so stocks still look a little mixed right now. Dazed and confused. Apple trying to go here. Apple starts to lift. Okay, Microsoft too. All right, those look pretty good. Tesla's up 1850. Okay, yesterday we saw strength in General Motors and Ford. Okay, XPEV, looking for a bounce. Li Auto, NIO, looking at the other EVs. All right, so Ford and GM. All right, so there goes SPY. All right, so futures, supply, evaporated. Delta's remaining bullish, plus 15,000. That's pretty good. That's pretty decent. Yesterday we had plus. Yesterday at 3 p.m. Today we got 15,400. That looks pretty good for the futures. All right. So deltas are climbing. Yesterday we had 1,400 plus and then 1,400 minus and then 1,400 plus and then 1,400 minus several times in the evening session. Now we're seeing 16,600. Let me close the window here. Sorry about that. It's beautiful outside. Wish I could broadcast and have noise reduction to reduce the jets that fly by because it's gorgeous outside. VIX dropping off there. VIX dropping off. SPY in the money. The 443s. 442s, those are in the money. Okay, looking for a follow through. Okay, so 44.52 is where supply is. We had about 300 contracts up there trading. We just ran into it. 16,000 plus deltas. Still looking very bullish. Apple's going more. Apple's going a bit more. Watch Ford and GM. Apple at the 50-day. All right, so what we're looking for is that C pivot. Okay, so we've been looking for a C pivot to print. Looks like we might have had the low yesterday. Okay, so we got a lot of work to do here, but this is looking a lot better. Okay, let me just fix this real quick. It's too dark. I can't see what I'm doing. Okay, so that's, we bounced right in this zone. So that's good. So far, so good. A lot of air traffic. You can hear that in the background. A lot of air traffic. People coming in to play golf after the Masters. Myrtle Beach, a great area for golf. If you're an enthusiast and you come by, just make sure you check it out. I'll meet you. Could have dinner or have a drink. To talk shop. All right, so zero gamma is at. Let me just check real quick. We're waiting for the markets to settle down. I usually don't do anything the first 30 minutes. Looking for, let's see, vol trig is 44.75. Zero gamma is 45.08. 45. Okay, we're pushing higher, 45.08. So we're above the, what's the vol trig? The vol trig is 44.75. So we're a ways off of that. $45.08, so we're down here. Zero gamma. So once we get above that level, that would be another key decision to make right in this area. You got the 90 EMA, the 21 day, the 200 day, the 21 day right there, all in the same area. So C pivot looks to be in play now. All right, that C pivot looks like it's in play. $44.75 is the vol trigger. $44.75. Futures at futures is 44.44. 44.44. All right, so we got D up here somewhere above B. We know that we have April seasonality. I keep talking about, I know I harp on it, but April seasonality, give the benefit of the doubt as at least one out of 20 signals that we watch, indicators. April seasonality is one that could lead to higher prices. Can't write it off. VIX needs to back off a little bit. For now, though, we are printing back up towards the highs. Futures are up 44 handles, just shy of the morning high. Looking for a follow through here. All right, most of the FANG stocks look pretty good. Even NVIDIA is trying to bounce. NVIDIA. Yesterday we had growth was off. Okay, so NVIDIA is bouncing. Let's go take a look at growth. Okay, nice bounce. Both of these. All right, so this is a good look here. Okay, so we've got growth in the top panel, and we got value in the lower panel. Both of these have a bid, so that's good. That's a broad measure. That's breadth, okay, improving. Right now, deltas are flattening out, but green at 23,000. It was 15,000 just a few minutes ago. Now it's 23,000 in deltas. We pushed higher as a result. Deltas are green on the futures. If you're looking at Bookmap, just enable down at the bottom of the ladder, the price ladder, there's a little triangle. Click on that, and that'll show you the cumulated volume deltas. Right now they're positive. They're turning higher. All right, NYMO. Where is my NYMO? Where are you, NYMO? There you are. Okay. NYMO. NYMO yesterday was minus 24 or so. We saw back in March where we had those bounces in the second week of March. NYMO had reached the same level it did yesterday and bounced, and we got the follow through. Right now we're following through. So SPY's pushing higher. All systems go. Presently, the shorts are covering. Shorts covering. Shorts covering. Okay. SPY blocks, we've got 3, 443 and 442. SPY. So growth looks good. All right, let's take a look at the equal weight index yesterday at the close. S&P equal weight index. We're bouncing. No, singularly. Also seeing strength from Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla, Berkshire Hathaway, and JP Morgan with earnings out on Wednesday, JP Morgan. So those are helping the S&P equal weight index bounce at the 200-day. We got a bullish, almost a bullish engulfing candle. And we'll get these two indicators to turn up at the end of the day. These will update, and most likely we'll see these pushing higher. So if you waited too long to be bearish, if you didn't take a short up here Tuesday, 2 weeks ago, and you were taking puts yesterday, I took some QID, by the way, but that's being outdone by SPY calls, which are way in the money now, 442s, 443s. Those are $2.50 and $3.50 in the money. So those are doing well. Yeah, IWM, nice. IWM is nice. All right, so we're breaking out above the morning highs. So this looks really good for SPY. On the move here. Looking really good. VIX is dropping off. VIX is dropping off. All right, so looks like the C pivot is in. Okay, looks like our C pivot is in now. You can believe it if you want. Doesn't really matter. I'm just looking at the data. Okay. So far, this looks pretty good. Elliott wave up. RSI is back above 50. Okay, so all these things are working right now. VIX is trying to bounce. Okay, where is my supply? My supply, all right, so it's starting to thicken up overhead. Starting to thicken up overhead. Okay, so we're running into supply right now. Okay, I'm going to sell some calls into strength. All right, sell some sell some of those calls at the highs here, folks. Watching the growth stocks now, see if they can continue to perform. All right, we're running into supply that happens to be right at the 21 day. You see that right there, 21 day. Okay, so that looks good. Okay, look how close the 20 and the 200 period are. So if we do get a follow through, which I think is pretty likely, 2-minute S&P. All right, looking for follow through. Looking for a follow through.
There's some more color on the earlier headline of the New York City subway shooting. 13 people reported injured, at least 5 shot in the New York subway incident. That's CNN citing the fire department there.
Futures. All right, pushing a bit higher. All right, so we've got supply right here, 44.62 up to 44.70. I don't think we're going to get through that at the moment. So I'm looking for any kind of dip to get bought. I'm looking for this supply to evaporate. Meanwhile, we've got a nice read on the growth and value, both participating. That's a good sign. Growth and value. Both are participating today. All right, NVIDIA pushing higher. Tesla at the high of the day, 44 plus 44 Tesla. Cayman, you must be happy. Cayman must be happy. Tesla looks good. Okay. All right, so we ran into supply and we got rejected. We got 25,000 positive deltas. So generally it looks pretty good. I'd like to see tick cumulative cross up. It is about to cross right here. So we're 4-to-1 up volume, 4-to-1 up volume. Tick cumulative about to cross. All right, so that looks like institutions up volume is pretty elevated. Like to see this up volume stay elevated. All right, so yesterday, remember one thing that we have to keep repeating to ourselves. We continue to see selling into strength, so we don't want to see that return. We don't want that to come into play. We want to see continuation. All right, so we're looking for continuation. Jets, JETS continuation. That looks good. Jets. Okay, Jets looks good. American Airlines looks good. At the 21-day, trying to push above the 9 EMA. Buyers at the low of the day. Key buyers at the low of the day. All right, so Delta looks the best. Airline, Delta best look. Virgin Galactic. All right, so this is an opportunity. If you have too much exposure, a bounce, giving you the opportunity to sell at a higher price. If you're down and you're thinking about taking some things off that have been worrying you over the last few days, like AMD, AMD is starting to reverse. I'm going to give it a shot. I said yesterday that if it closed below 100, I would take it off. I still have shares. It's small, but I would like to see this push back above 100. A 3-candle reversal would be nice. We're near a support area. Maybe they step up. I'd like to see the semiconductors all strong today. So this needs to continue to build into the end of the week, into Thursday. Jets looks good though. Jets looks good. JETS, Jets. Okay, Microsoft coming up the list, the Dow Jones, led by energy stocks. Same with the S&P. We got a lot of energy stocks, Devon, Marathon, Apache, EOG, FANG, PXD. Okay, we got Tesla and Paychecks moving higher. I guess you see that, Grover. I know you're trading Paychecks off and on. Dollar Tree had a nice bounce. That faded from the highs. Dollar Tree.
New York subway incident, according to the NYPD, says that no active explosive devices were found at the scene of the Brooklyn subway incident.
Okay, so Walmart, pulling back again. Walmart is just consolidating. I'm looking for another trade on Walmart. It'll probably pop up over the next few days. No hurry there. Target as well. Target's been hanging out at the 200 day. Target. All right, Target looking very good here. Target. All right, Target day 3. Looking for a follow through. Target with a stop underneath that. I'm going to put Target here so I can watch this. I'll get rid of Upstart. Target. All right, Target looks really good here, folks. Let me see how many shares I have in my retirement account. I'd like to, I've been reducing my exposure. So if I add Target, I got to take something else off because I want to get my weighting down to about in equities down to about 55%. I'm currently at 66%. So I need to sell a few things that had made money here. Quite a few of them are up. A big move in the P&L today. I don't like to look at P&Ls, but today looking pretty good. Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB. I want to hold on to that. That looks good. Sherwin-Williams, I want to hold on to that. SHW, I want to hold on to this. It's probably going to continue and break out above 266. Let's see. Dollar Tree, I want to hold on to that one. Schlumberger. Looking for a bounce on Schlumberger and a breakout. Schlumberger, I'm currently flat on Schlumberger at 50.30. I bought some over here. What? No, that's not right. That's the wrong stock. At 42, 42.70, 42.70 is my average on Schlumberger. So a push through 43.70, 46 would be, now I'd put a limit order to sell at 46. That's what I'm going to do right now, actually. Schlumberger, sell 300 at limit 46 in case I'm not paying attention. And I'll keep 100 shares just in case it follows through and takes at that level. Limit 46. Let's say 46.10. Okay. Good till canceled. All right, so that order is in. All right, so looking for SPY to bounce. Futures, let's take another look at the futures. NYMO is plus 7.3. That's looking good. All right, so the supply has dissipated. Very little supply. We got a little bit at 44.60, then 44.70. This looks good for a follow through. All right, if we can get through this level, we could see 44.70 on futures. That would be up there near R2 on SPY. All right, so it looks like we're going to lift here. SPY on this dip, maybe some calls. Deltas are still positive at 25,200. Most stocks are up and to the right, so everything looks pretty good. So far, so good. Tesla is about to break out again, about to tag 1020. I think that's what Cayman was saying. His calls were at 1020. I think that's what you said, right? All All right, SPHD. I added to SPHD yesterday. That's still flagging. I'll add again soon, most likely. All right, so we got a little dip here. All right, a little dip coming back to 44. Looks like 44.50 is where they're heading this right now. 44.50 futures. That's 3 handles lower. And no, they couldn't do it. All right, they're pushing it higher. Watching book map. All right, still kind of choppy. It's only 10:11, 10:15. I'll get a better sense of what they're going to do today. Let's go take a look at the sectors. We saw growth and value both catching a bid today, so more sectors are green. A big flip from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday we had about 10% green. Today we have 10% red. The rest of the sectors are green. That's good and bullish. We're looking for bounces to get bought. We do know that they've been selling into strength, so we want to watch for any kind of signs that they'll start selling into strength. That would be an area where, at the highs right here, if we start to sell off, VIX starts to spike, that's where I'd be looking to take puts, not at the low of the day. All right, so far so good. So far so good. Let's see who's in play today. All right, so most of the squeezes on the short side triggered. What's Tilray doing, by the way? Tilray. Right, Tilray popped up to 680. Now it's coming back down. Tilray. Let's look at Twitter's off a little bit as well. Twitter. So Elon says he doesn't want to be on the board. A lot of people are speculating that being on the board, he would be restricted to the number of shares that he could own, the maximum number of shares. But not being a member of the board, he can buy as much as he wants. Now, we can debate about that, but the fact is, if he's on the board, he can't have over a certain limit. I think it's 19%. Anyway, maybe it's 14%. So not being a member of the board, he could buy more shares. He can do whatever he wants. He's got like $450 billion. Something ridiculous. So Tesla looking good there. All right, AMC, I sold the 24 call. Those expire in 8 trading days. And I sold those for $2.76. I'm up $1.25 right now. So I'm up over 50%. I'm up 50%. Just shy of 50%. With Riot, I sold covered calls on Riot. I made $5.65, $5.35 on a contract, per contract. So I'm up about 20% on those. I got those, sold those for $5.35. It's trading $4 right now. $1.35. I'm just looking to hold on to these. I like Riot. Riot's probably going to continue. It's not been the easiest ride for people that are trading Bitcoin stocks. Now it's down near this base. I don't want to sell down here. This is where I'm looking for it to bounce. So instead, on bounces, I've been selling covered calls because the implied volatility is so high. It was like 100 and whatever percent, 150% last time I looked, 170%. So Riot. So I'm selling that implied volatility basically. Looking for that to dissipate. All right. Riot it's at 100% now. Okay, so it dropped a bit. So that's benefiting me in that when it was trading up at 150% IV, I sold them. Now it's trading at 100%. So that 50% drop in IV went right into my pocket while we're looking for a bounce. Costco is up $1, trying to bounce more. Canadian Natural is up $1.87. 3M adding another 71 cents today. Yesterday we looked at Caterpillar and John Deere. All right, both of these look really good. I'd like to see a little bit more solid close. John Deere in that respect looks a little bit better. Mondo was saying that he had no problem getting Caterpillar equipment. So versus John Deere. You don't own any John Deere, do you, Mondo? Mostly what you have is Caterpillar, from what I could tell. I will say that Lowe's near me, and no, it's just the Lowe's. Lowe's has a lot of John Deere, those very large commercial size mowers, with the big, what do you call it? The big blade area, whatever. You landscaping guys. A lot of coverage, looked like about 48 inches of coverage. So I like John Deere. I would prefer to have Caterpillar if it can close up here above the 90 MA and follow through on a bullish candle into the end of the week and next week. I'd like to see Caterpillar higher. 3M has been moving off the lows. 3M, another industrial. That looks good. Let's take a look at the industrial real quick while we're waiting for the markets to flesh out a direction. Industrials. Let's see who's the top of the list. Fluor, heavy construction. Fluor looks really good. This is a heavy construction company. It's a $29 stock. I would buy some, except I need to sell some in order to buy because I want to keep my equity weighting below 66%. I'd like to get it down to 60% by the end of this week. I think that's possible. So Fluor looks really good. Industrials. Fluor looking for a follow through. Okay, so right now we're consolidating near the highs. All right, we're looking for any signs that sellers are going to take control here. Watch VIX. If you're thinking about puts, this is where I would be looking at puts. I'm not going to take any, but if I was looking for puts, it'd be at the high if we start to fade. All right, so supply overhead, holding for now. Okay, floor looks pretty good. You got a nice run up. After a big run up like this, what would you expect? You'd expect consolidation. Now, this can go either way out of this flat base. It can either move higher or move lower. Right now, it looks like we're moving higher. Construction businesses that I know personally are very busy. Mondo talked about how busy he's been. He's had to put off people and charge higher prices, and they're okay with it. Signing contracts for future dates when he's free and has more people to work, I guess. All right, deltas have been dropping from 25. It's down to 23.5, 23,005. So we're looking for futures to bounce. No bounce yet. I'm going to hold off a little bit. I'm waiting. Dollar Tree is doing very well today. Dollar Tree up $1.44. Dollar Tree we looked at last week. I liked what I saw coming off of the 21 day. Dollar Tree, I liked it last week. Followed through above the 90 MA. That was the entry right around 157. Continues to push higher. It's up over 10 points at the high of the day, up 10 points. Looking for it to push a bit higher now. Let me just check my retirement account and put in a limit order on Dollar Tree. If it gets back up to the highs, I'll put a limit at 168 and change. All right, so did I put that order in? All right. No, I didn't. Okay. What's Palantir doing? PLTR, Palantir. All right, Palantir looking pretty good here. $13 stock bouncing at the 50-day. Look for volume. All right, over the next few days, we'd like to see volume like we had here in the third week of March. You see that right there? That's what I'm looking for on Palantir. If it does bounce and follow through, I'm looking for volume to pick up and be above average, higher than it was to start this week and last week. I'd like to see over 40 million shares trade hands above this level and price be above 13. If it does, Palantir has a chance to follow through. So these hyper growth stocks, if you want to call them that, have been off quite a bit from the highs. So Palantir was trading at 45 back in the beginning of 2021. All right, so pretty big discount. Looking for this to follow through on the weekly, get back above the 10 EMA. So these are developing. What's ARK-K doing? ARK-K, right, that's trying to bounce a higher low on the weekly. Looking for ARK-K to get back above the 10 EMA, for the 10 EMA on the weekly to turn up if you're thinking about ARK-K. I'm thinking about it. Once it gets above this area, that's about another $10 to go. But once we get above the 921 50-day, this base, which has been forming since late January, looking a lot better. LABU fading a little bit from the high. All right. So oil and gas names looking good. So any one of these names, I know Anna's been trading Oxy that dipped yesterday, but looking for a follow through today. All of these are pretty strong. Darden restaurants. All right. So if Darden's on the move, let's check out McDonald's. We want to see all of these moving together. All right. The key to investing I've found over time is the index moving higher? Is the sector you're trading moving higher? And in the industry group, do you see more than one stock moving, showing relative strength? Do they all show relative strength? Think Merck, Bristol Myers, Johnson and Johnson. These are pulling back now. So we took some profits on these names, Bristol Myers and Merck. Merck's holding up the best right now. Still looking for consolidation in this pharmaceutical space. So they were hot last week. This week they're taking off a little bit. Looking for a dip. Sold some yesterday. So oil and gas are popular today. Oil and gas bouncing. So I like to see the group moving together. Same thing like with the FANG stocks. FANG is moving higher. So we're going to look at these 15 stocks and see how they're doing. We want to see most green. Okay, only one is red. That's Cisco. Got a downgrade. So Tesla looks good. Building a higher low here. So it has to prove itself. It needs to get back above 1026, 1030, and that would signal and then volume be above what it was yesterday. If that can happen, then Tesla should follow through. Apple looking good. Just looked at Apple. That looks good. Qualcomm. All right, coming off the low. Amazon. All right, needs to get back above the 50-day, but these look pretty good. These look okay. Netflix has earnings coming out, right? Netflix. Netflix with earnings. We got JP Morgan reporting earnings tomorrow after the close or before the open, right? Before the open. We got Tuesday, April 19th. That's next week for Netflix. Next week for Netflix. So what's Roku doing? So I'd like to see all of these move together. Roku, all the streaming companies, Roku, even Disney with its streaming services. All of these showing bases down here. Okay, you see that? All three of these are showing bases as broadcasting, streaming stocks have been selling. Now they're starting to get accumulated. You can see the difference. There's a markdown. Prices stay below the 921 and 50-day. All three of them pointing lower, down and to the right. Once accumulation starts, the moving averages no longer continue to point lower. They start to move sideways. Eventually, we get a push above the 50-day. All the moving averages move up and to the right. Right now, we're in phase one. We're still basing inside of this volume by price band. A move above 140 would clear the 50-day and potentially start an uptrend. Now, as far as uptrends are concerned, we got faked out on AMD. AMD was in a markdown. Looked like a base, volume by price. So AMD looked like it was going to follow through, and then wham, it got whacked. I believe it got a downgrade right there, right? Anyway, 2 weeks ago, this moved lower, dropped below the 50-day. Now it's trying to hold this level along with other stocks in the group. So we're watching semis as well, holding this level. Like to see all of these. Like to see all of these moving higher. Oh, out of a base. Double bottoms, triple bottoms, flat bases at the low. Costco up $1.82. Here goes Costco starting to move now. Costco. Okay, Costco had a little pullback to the 90 EMA. You know I like these dips to buy. Looking at Costco real quick. Looks pretty good. TJ Maxx yesterday showed some signs. Following through. TJ Maxx, follow through. Mentioned it yesterday. Liked it. Looking good here. TJ. Okay, TJ mentioned it yesterday. Did fade pretty strongly. That fade from the high above 63.25. There were some sellers over here. Today, we're back up into that candle and then some. So it looks like we're going to test the 50-day. Retail looking pretty good. Target, another one. I want to buy some Target. All right, looks like it's going to make it through the 200-day. So if I buy Target, I got to sell something else or reduce my exposure. Target's got 30 bucks overhead, 266. What's Lulu doing? Lulu, I'd like to see a move above the 200-day as well. Lulu. All right, Lulu's through the 200-day now. All right, so Lulu. Lulu looking good. Lulu. Target. All right, Frank took puts on SPY, I guess, at the highs. All right, that looks good. Lulu looking for the follow through. Today is day 10. All right, so if we break out of this level, forget about it. See that volume by price over there? It gets a little easier as we move higher, as that volume tapers off. This is easier for prices to push higher. RSI is rising, MACD's above signal line, stochastics embedded. We just need more volume now. So Lulu looking pretty good though. Lulu and Target both look good. Okay, watching crude back. We're tapping the 100 level on crude. Thank you, Anna. SPY is +5. It was +750 earlier. Deltas continue to drop from a high. We had around 30,000 deltas plus positive. Now we're looking for deltas to start climbing again. We just came back to 44.44. Looking for buyers. Supply is up there at 44.60. So you got about 15 handles overhead or $1.50 move back to the highs for SPY. If we do start to see aggressive buyers here. Okay, deltas are flattening out and then showing signs maybe they start to turn back up again. Watch here, starting to see some aggressive buyers coming in the futures. Watching for a reaction here on SPY. Okay, still sideways. Okay. Jets. Tesla up 34, faded a little bit from the highs. Tesla, Tilray fading from the highs. Tilray. Tesla, high of the day around 1021, trying to bounce off $10 from the high. Twitter looking for the bounce, no bounce yet. Twitter. AMC trying to bounce. Cleveland Cliff trying to get back above 31. All right, looking for, all right, there's some supply right here at 44.46. Looking for it to push through this area. Watching deltas on Bookmap. Looking for those to start climbing again. Not yet. Okay, we're holding on to this level. We're starting to build a higher low, series of higher lows on futures. Still got a little bit of supply overhead. We've got about 400 contracts, 500 contracts overhead above 44.46. If we can blast through there, the next level is 44.55. Looking pretty good here. 44.60, there's about 200 contracts up there, some supply. Not a whole lot of blocks, though. Not a whole lot. Between the three indices, SPY, Qs, and IWMs, not a whole lot of blocks. We've got about a dozen between the three right now. That's not a lot of participation. Watching Lulu here for a follow-through. If Lulu closes above the 200-day, I'd really like to add to it. We've had some really nice bang-out trades on Lulu back in 2021 and 2020 off the lows. Lulu did very well. Options cleared like 3, 4, 500%. Once this gets moving, Lulu can really book. I can really book some gains. Lulu has a potential to run. It has an ATR of $14. It's currently up 17. So today wouldn't be the day for me to chase this. I'd be looking for a close up here and then a follow through tomorrow. So if you get a close above the 200-day, you could look at a $14 move top tomorrow, maybe. This expansion breakout could take us through 390. If it does, that would indicate a look for this level over here, 406, then 442. Ultimately, a move to 485. Building the right side of this pattern. All right, so if you're a swing trader, don't buy the high of the day, whatever you do. You got to be patient, wait for a little pullback. I already have shares of Lulu from last week in this area right here. After earnings, we felt this was going to break out. It got rejected. What was that? That was Monday last week. We got rejected at right at the 200-day, and then we consolidated the rest of the week. Yesterday we pushed down and then followed through. Grover was trading this yesterday in options. Okay, no follow through on futures yet. So probably going to sit here and watch IB dissipate a little bit. Looking at a bear flag on SPY at the moment and futures.
Ukrainian presidential advisor Podolyak says that Russia is trying to put pressure on the peace talks with its public statement.
All right, so I'm going to make some coffee. I'll get the pot going. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and I'll go back down in a few minutes. I'll be back in 2.
White House economic advisor Bernstein says the White House is not trying to control prices. Ukraine presidential advisor Podolyak says talks are very hard and they are continuing at a level of working subgroups.
Okay, Tesla, looking for deltas to go positive. Tesla's got minus 156,000. Deltas, minus 156. So it's got a negative look to it at the moment. We're looking for deltas to climb. There's a little support here starting to show up on Bookmap. Tesla. Okay, there's not a lot of buyers down there. 1,900 shares at 1004. Looking for Tesla to bounce, but not a lot of buyers right here. CLF at the high of the day. Cleveland Cliff. Let's see what that's doing. Cleveland Cliff. Over to steel stocks to get a bounce. Find some buyers here on the dip. U.S. Steel, Steel Dynamics. All of these starting to see. You can see how this. You can see how this works, right? So these are on the watch list. They have been on the watch list. And what I was looking for is this fade. I love these fades back to the 21 day when you got a bullish 9, 21, and 50 day coming out of a base over here, accumulation, making higher highs and higher lows. Every time this gets bought, it follows through. So looking for Steel Dynamics to get bought and follow through. Is that a guarantee? No. The indices have to work too. Right now, the indices are fading off the highs. They're still up $2.70. 27 handles on the futures. Looks like a large range here at the highs. But for now, steel stocks look pretty good. Let's look at U.S. Steel. We looked at that. Nucor. All of these steel stocks look good. Steel stocks look good. X, NUE, CLF, and STLD in play. Yeah, good. Good, Frank. That looks good. U.S. Steel sitting near the 21 day. You've got Steel Dynamics already following through. Steel Dynamics is up 3.5% already today. It's got an ATR of $3.20. So you'd be chasing up here. Let's look at steel. U.S. Steel's got an ATR of $1.70. It's up 86 cents. So you got a little bit better entry here. I have Cleveland Cliff shares, so I'm not going to buy U.S. Steel. They're about the same price anyway. U.S. Steel, 36.50, and Cleveland Cliffs at 31. Remember when Cleveland Cliffs was in the 17s and 20s and finally broke out last few weeks? This looks good too. Cleveland Cliff. I also have January options on Cleveland Cliff. January 42 calls. I know they're out of the money, but there was a lot of activity up there. My bad. It's the January 35 calls. Sorry. Those were trading quite a bit of volume over the last week or so. We got 11,900 of the January 35 call on Cleveland Cliff. So they're $4 out of the money. Got plenty of time. And the steel stocks look good. Let's take a look. U.S. Steel one more time. Yeah, that looks good. Cleveland Cliff. Yeah. SPY. Okay. GLD. GLD's been consolidating. GLD following through now. So GLD is probably headed for 193. Again, a retest of that high. GLD. All right, so yeah, NVIDIA did fade, was up before above 226. It faded back to 217. Apple, same thing. All right, Tesla. All right, so we got early morning strength. Again, we've been talking about this. We need to see them stop with the selling into strength. That's what it looks like right now. It looks like we're selling into strength again. Institutions letting things get higher and then selling into strength. That's what it looks like to me so far. Still looking for that C pivot and D to continue. Gold looks good. GDX as well. GDX. All right, it's on the move. It's a bullish trend. Look at that. How pretty that is. 921 50-day rising above the 200-day. It's a bullish trade. Every time it comes back down to the 90 EMA, it keeps getting bought. 21-day or 90 EMA. So this is following through. GDX. JNUG, the junior miners. Junior miners look good too. JNUG. JNUG. GDX. Miners. Costco's up 3. Costco just popped up. It's up 3. Dollar Tree is up $1.29. I have a limit to sell Dollar Tree north of 168. Good till canceled for now. I still like it. Dollar Tree's probably going to keep going. But once it gets up to that upper band, I start to look for a reason for it to pull back. Okay. I don't want to be buying into strength. I want to be selling into strength. So Dollar Tree looking for another pop here. Hopefully back to the high of the day. All right, SPY's starting to bounce. VIX is starting to roll over. Lower high for now. All right. Alibaba. Turning. Alibaba. Walmart. Nice little bounce on Walmart. Walmart. 170 is my first target on Walmart. I'm thinking it's going to consolidate. If it does get bought here, I move back up to 158, so another $4 maybe, 350, $4 on Walmart. Walmart has an ATR of $2.85. It's up 29 cents. Does it bounce? All depends on the indices. If we can get a bid here in the markets, maybe Walmart follows through. It's already had quite the run. We bought this right as it was breaking out here. It tested 147, pulled back, and then this breakout right here 3 weeks ago, that was the area where we started to look for a follow through. All right. So Walmart watching. Costco pushing higher. Dollar Tree's flat at 160, just below 167. Target looks like it wants to go. It is building a doji. Target, now that it's above the 200-day, looking for continuation. It was briefly above the 200-day. So this has still got a few sellers up here north of 235. Target gets above this level. I got a feeling it's going to find some more buyers. You know, Pete Najarian likes to talk about this stock a lot. So that could bolster a little push. Target has a ATR of just under $7. It's up 5. So a little dip here would be good. Gorgeous outside, by the way. If you didn't have a chance to walk outside, beautiful weather. I don't know what it's like in Jersey. You guys still got snow on the ground? Frank, what's going on in your area? Silver and GLD look good. Silver. These look like safety trades. All right, silver following through. Yesterday had a little bit of um, little problem getting through this area. Silver looks good at 23. GLD. Thank you. Nice warm. Yeah. Okay. Cool. GLD following through. GDX and the um, junior miners. JNUG. All these look good. Or you could trade Newmont Mining, Newmont, or Freeport. You could trade Freeport. What's Freeport look like? Freeport, McMoran, flat. Okay, so far it looks good. Silver doesn't have a big ATR, doesn't have a big average true range, but look, MACD has crossed today. Silver, look at the volume. That's telling you institutions have been picking up shares, no doubt for safety. Got 47 cents on the day. It's up 40, so you're only looking at 7 cents more. You should have bought it at the low of the day. We mentioned it yesterday. Silver, we mentioned it yesterday at the 21 day. Silver, looking for the follow through in silver. Looking like a bear flag here. Bear flag, SPY, bear flag. SPY's got a bear flag here. Okay, watch for a move back down into today's range. This wouldn't be that unusual. Lately, we've seen selling into strength. Silver, I do like it. I just don't want to chase it. Mentioned it yesterday. So if you started a position at the 21 day, congratulations. It tapped that yesterday. It looked really good. I saw the weakness in gold yesterday. We had that black candle, but they came in end of day because of the weakness in the S&P. We had this push back up. QID did the same thing. It popped above the 50-day, pulled back. I told you that it was probably going to pull back first, would give you a better entry. If you're thinking about hedging, if we don't have that C pivot, if we negate this C pivot, I thought we might have a bounce today. We got the early bounce, but we're not holding on to it yet. So now you got a gravestone doji to deal with. Okay, they really need to reverse that. So rejection at the 21 day, the 200 day, and the 9 EMA right overhead, and 0 gamma overhead. So no volume really. There's a few blocks, but nothing really big. Doesn't look like institutions are doing much. Makes sense. They wouldn't be doing much. Tomorrow is the start of earnings season, technically, with all the banks. Yeah, McDonald's last week was mentioned by a couple of people too, Susie. I saw that too. McDonald's looks really good. McDonald's looks good. McDonald's. Right, McDonald's looks really good. McDonald's. All right, so SPY is starting to turn now. SPY turning up. Thank you, Firestarter. FOMC member Brainerd speaking in an hour. All right, it's always good to keep an eye on your positions when Brainerd or Powell or Evans or any of them start speaking. Bullard especially. Costco about to break higher. Costco looks like it wants to move higher. Walmart looking for a follow through. Target, TJ Maxx, Baba starting to bounce here. All right, a lot of stocks are starting to pick up a bid. So looking at that, Tesla's turning up now. Still a bear flag till it's not. McDonald's looks really good, folks. Let's take a look at the restaurants and fast food places. Let's see how they're doing. Restaurants and bars, fast food, etc. Look for these to give us an indication if they're all moving together. Okay, all the fast food stocks. Okay, eat, cake, DRIBLMN, Shack, CMG, Wing, Loco, Yum, BBQ, McDonald's, PZZA. Mm-hmm. 4450, 4450. A lot of calls added yesterday at 4450. Okay, we're right at that level right now. Looking for a push higher. Okay, let's see. Mm-hmm. Need to get above 44.75. Above 44.75, zero. The vol trigger gets a little bit easier for the bulls. All right. Fang stocks are trying to catch a bid. Tesla faded a bit. Okay, SPY still showing a bear flag. SPY still showing a bear flag. All right. Still looks like a bear flag. My plan over the last 3 weeks, as we rallied that 12 days straight over here from March 14th, my plan has been as we started to move higher, because the geopolitical tensions are only getting worse, not better. Going into this, I was 79% exposed to equities. I was very aggressive in here, but I started backing off that Tuesday 2 weeks ago, that high right there. I'm back down to 66%. I'd like to get it to 65% today, maybe 60% by Thursday at the close. And accumulating more cash for any kind of dip we might have that gets bought in a big way. All right, SPHD, I added to this one yesterday. SPHD, that turned out to be moving higher again today. DHS, another one. I didn't add to DHS. These are dividend paying ETFs. So my strategy here is I don't need the dividends. So what I do is I keep adding shares, and at the end of the month for SPHD, the dividends paid, instead of receiving the dividend, I have the dividend rolled into more shares. So I just reinvest. And that compounds my returns. And SPHD has been like, I don't know, 15% over the last 10 years, something like that. What was it? Let me go check. I might be wrong. So that's one strategy. I use that for my kids' retirement. My kids for covered L account. Okay. So average annual return 11%. All right. So it was off by 4%. 11% annually. That's not a bad return. Now, if you continue to take the dividends and roll them into shares, that's going to compound that number and give you a better return. Its expense ratio is only 30 cents or $30 per year on every $10,000 you have invested. You can see the names. The winner that I see in SPHD is right in here where I have that 7%. The S&P on February 24th was down almost 15%. This was half of that. And by the end of the day on February 24th, we were down only 6% from this high versus the S&P 500 on the same day being down 15%, nearly 15%. So relative performance is very strong. Notice that we're at 52-week highs. S&P has still yet to give us that, confirm that C pivot and look for that Elliott wave back above the 200-day. But things like this particular ETF and S&P 500 equal weight index, which tends to lead in either direction because of the weighting of these 10 stocks on the S&P 500, removing this weight gives me early signals. So I want to see this hold the 200-day, that red line. We bounced. We're above yesterday's high. We want to see that stay above that level. And we want both of these indicators to turn up by the close. All right. So looking for a bounce to follow through. This tends to lead. So does the SPHD. This is showing relative strength. So this is up nearly another 1% today. Since it broke out above 46, we're doing really well. We're at 48. And I continue to add to this one on dips. I found over the years that having a portion of my portfolio right around 5% in some of these ETFs is a good idea. You know the stocks that are in here. All right, so these are well-known names. Okay, Edison Electric, Sandez Energy, um, Sanchez. We got Duke Energy. We got Philip Morris, Altria, Walgreens Boots Alliance, Pfizer, AbbVie, Gilead, Merck, Bristol Myers. You name it. There's like a whole host of names in here that pays really good dividends. Now, Noble's another one I'd like to see continue to bounce. Noble is the dividend aristocrats. It's an dividend companies that pay dividends over the last 25 years are considered aristocrats. Okay, that's what they carry that name. It's stocks like Nucor Steel, Albemarle, Procter and Gamble, Coca-Cola, Berkshire Hathaway, Caterpillar, T. Rowe Price, McDonald's. We just got finished talking about Colgate, Palmolive, GWW, Granger, which was higher, by the way. GWW, I saw that. Did I keep that on the watch list? I think I did. Yes, I kept it on the watch list. There you go. So WW Granger provides a lot of construction products. Construction has been doing very well. FMC was noted this morning. FMC. We're looking for that to continue higher. FMC Corp. Construction names in general look good. The airlines look good. So if you were looking at American Airlines, I like Delta the best. Delta, right? That's at the 50-day, about to push above. UAL, United Airlines. JetBlue had been on the move and then faded last week. So this double bottom might turn out to be a decent entry with a stop underneath, say 11. Stop at 11. You're at 12. So $1 stop from where you are right now. Can you see $2 upside? Well, we'd have to see this get all the way back to the 200-day. But yeah, we could see $2. I like it better here than at the highs. We got LUV, Southwest. We got Spirit. Southwest Spirit, right? Didn't they were going to be some sort of buyout or something going on with Spirit? Anyway, that popped last week. I think Anton, you were in this one, right? On that pop, you sell into that strength by chance? All right, so let's look at the aerospace and defense. These look good again. LMT, NOC, MOUSE, L3 Harris. Got Raytheon, RTX. Raytheon's breaking out. All right. RTX, NOC, LMT, LHX. Aerospace. RTX breakout. 52-week highs coming on Raytheon. It's a little extended from the 9 EMA, so I wouldn't necessarily buy it here. I'd look at some of these others like Lockheed Martin. That's in a tight pattern there. It's just above the 9 EMA. Northrop Grumman. Okay. What's Boeing doing? Boeing. SPR. Spirit Aerosystems. SPR. Spirit Aerosystems. No, Anton likes to trade this one. It's in a range, coming off of a higher low, looking for a higher high. Yeah. Yeah, I know that you love it. I'm just saying, are you still in it? So that looks good. All right. So most stocks that I'm looking at right now are up and to the right. Now, granted, I have a lot of aerospace and defense on the screen right now. We got a lot of retail stocks, a lot of restaurants and bars. Seeing good, we got all of the restaurants and bars. I was talking about that a few minutes ago. All of these are higher. Restaurants and bars are higher on the day. Let's take a look at the candle glance charts. Generally, when you're looking at entries, you want to see price action responding, seeing buyers, and you want to be above the 921 and VWAP on the short-term chart. So all of these are looking pretty good. They're above VWAP. Let's go to the daily charts. All of these are up on the day. Green on the day, so looks good. Yum is down there. Starbucks is at a double bottom. McDonald's stand out today. McDonald's looking for that breakout right here. Okay. Bloomin' Brands, higher low. Cheesecake, higher low. CMG, higher low. Can't believe a burrito stock is $1,500 per share. That's just crazy. Shake Shack. Some people are concerned that, if they start to restrict indoor policies and stuff. QSR looks good too. QSR. QSR breaking out. Brinker. Jack in the Box. You guys ever? I don't know if you're from the East Coast, you probably haven't tried a Jack in the Box burger. I like Jack in the Box, pretty good. These look good. These look good. All of these look good. All right, just got to check earnings. Ollie, yeah, Ollie. We have an Ollie's. Raytheon looks good.
Russian oil and gas condensate production falls to on April 11th to 9.76 million barrels per day, according to sources.
Nice trade there, Susie. Nice trade on McDonald's. All right, SPY is turning here. SPY. All right, let's look at futures. Futures. Deltas are climbing again. Tesla. Deltas are climbing on Tesla. That's a good sign for Tesla. Tesla pushing a bit higher now. Okay, the Bitcoin stocks are getting a bid. We've got Rob. I know that you just subscribed to Bookmap. Check out how the ES is breaking through resistance. If you take right next to the pencil icon, there is a slider. There's two sliders. The bottom one increases the bubble size, which isn't really that important right now because we've got aggressive buyers. But the upper slider takes the contrast down so that you can see where the major support and resistance is. We got ES pushing higher. Deltas are climbing, more importantly, though, and looking good. Deltas are climbing again on that dip. Okay, supply. All right, so that looks good. It's really good for something like Tesla. When you see supply and resistance, it's a lot more clear, and it's updated during the day. So you're not looking at old data, you're looking at what's going on today. All right, so we got 4450 as supply. 4450 is supply. Yeah, Ali, I'm looking for ABCD Elliott wave up. So I think you're on the same page. Ali, this is what I'm looking at to echo what you're saying. Looks like a wave up. The bears are adamant about pushing prices down. Okay, they keep trying to scare the markets. But right now, what I'm seeing, I would be agreeing with you. Okay, what I'm seeing is price action dictating our decisions right now. If we can hold on to this and create a bullish candle, we have a potential to push back above the 200-day. That would complete this BC wave down. Now, this started an ABCD wave up. And until the bears really start selling it hard and we drop below yesterday's low, which is possible. Oh, by the way, I forgot to update the percent down yesterday at the close. Just about the time you think you got the markets figured out, they reverse it on you. The market participants, the hedge funds, et cetera, they're very good at taking the money away, taking your money out of your account. Okay, you get frustrated, you wind up selling at the low, only to see this bounce down. It's like almost 5%, right? Almost 5%. So they're good at taking your money away. As Warren would say, markets are such that it takes money from the impatient and gives it to the patient. Okay, so far we're just shy of 5% drawdown. At the 50-day, RSI is rising, volume is picking up. We see supply lifting. Yes. JP Morgan. Yeah, Jamie's head researcher was on Bloomberg this morning. She had a lot of positive things to say as well. Yeah, yeah. Yes. And Gamma. Gamma also, where they were talking about the largest drawdown, 50% drawdown in Treasury futures. That was the most since 1990. All right, Jets moving. Jets, wheels up. Expect airlines to follow through. Jets, wheels up right here. Bitcoin's looking a lot better. Bitcoin's looking a lot better. Okay, let me just save this. Bitcoin. All right, look at Bitcoin on the weekly time frame. Made a big deal out of this chart last week, and then it pulled back a bit. Bitcoin. We're still in this consolidation. All right, so like over here, we had this nice run in Bitcoin. This is Bitcoin weekly, by the way. Bitcoin weekly pair versus the US dollar. You had this nice rally, and then we pulled back below the 10 EMA. This time, we did something similar, except it was early in the reversal, pulled back below the 10 EMA. So for Bitcoin to be a viable follow through, it needs to get back above the 10 EMA, and we need to build on this. So right now, what I'm seeing is Ethereum bouncing, but still below the 50-day. Riot also bouncing, but still below the 50-day. Mara bouncing, but still below the 50-day. So I'm really not interested in trading these today. I'm more interested in what airlines are doing for day trades and potential swing trades. So if we get Delta to close above the 50-day, we have a chance for a third white soldier and a test of the 200-day. Okay. We got earnings tomorrow on JP Morgan. Okay, and that's just kind of sitting here, double bottom. It could go either way. I mean, they could have better numbers than anticipated, or they could have worse numbers, but not as bad as what they anticipated. There goes Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree ripping here. Dollar Tree ripping. Dollar Tree is ripping. All right, Dollar Tree. Looks like I filled. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree, I sold into strength. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree. All right, Dollar Tree breaking back up to the highs. All right, so we're back up to this upper Keltner band. You see that Keltner band right there? I figured we'd test that 168.78. Okay, so we got into this last week at 157. Dollar Tree, I sold half, plus 10. Okay, that started to follow through on Wednesday. Looks really good here. It's still going. I'm going to keep half for now. Jets is on the move. There goes a SPY. Looking good. Looking good, sports fans. Okay, so what's the change here? What's the change in the price dynamic? The change is we saw a lot of selling into strength on the indices. Today, I thought that's what the case was at the high. Still could be because we've been in a range between 442.20 and 445.50. So basically a $3 range on the SPY from high to low. We're right in the middle of that range right now, so we could get rejected. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So Dollar Tree. All right. S&P 500. S&P 500. Okay. So it looks a little better now. So we want to close on a bullish candle. Okay. 50% retracement. We pretty much tagged the 50% retracement over there. You see it. 4.9% drawdown from the B pivot down to the C pivot. Okay, we got April seasonality in our favor. People just will refuse to acknowledge that April seems to be one of the better months of the year, despite the fact we got earnings, despite the fact that we have geopolitical tensions. Prices telling me that they continue to hold this level so far. So far. And we got transports doing well again today. Airlines in particular, JETS, jets. That looks good. Steel stocks are on the move. Steel is on the move. That looks good. Yesterday we had about 10% sectors were green. Today we've got all sectors green. All sectors green. Thanks, Frank. Roblox people have kind of forgotten about Roblox. I know Brandon's still in this one. Yeah, it's building a base. Once it gets above the 50-day, Yeah, remind me, Nick, if this does start to follow through, gets above the 50-day, by that time it gets above the 50-day, we're going to start earnings. We'll get a better sense on what earnings going to be like. Once Roblox gets above 50, the 50-day, I'd be interested in joining you on Roblox. Right now, I'm trying to reduce my exposure to equities. I told you I was at 66%. Let me see what we're at right now. I'm still at 66.4%, so I want to sell a few more things into strength. Let me see what looks good here. VIX moving lower. Berkshire Hathaway, I want to hold on to. That has been looking good. Berkshire, I want to see a follow through on Berkshire. I want to see this pop above 355 and then test 360. I'll take some off into strength there. What else? Dollar Tree is up nicely. Dollar Tree very happy with the performance there. Dollar Tree got 100 shares of Dollar Tree. I'd like to take off some. I just took some off of my trading account and my retirement account. I've got 100 shares. Dollar Tree. It's up 4.2% and 6% from entries. Let's see what else here. UU, I mentioned that one yesterday, that there was some activity in UU, seeing lots of activity. The scuttlebutt about UUU and uranium in general is because Russia has quite a bit of our uranium, um, thanks to Hillary Clinton. This is not a political comment. It's just what was talked about. There was some deal back in the Obama administration where Hillary made a deal with the Russians to buy part of our uranium stores. I don't know why we would do that, but the point is they've been talking about that a lot over the weekend. People that are smarter than me, smarter than you, supposedly. And they talked about uranium stocks. UU was one, and UEC breaking out. That's pretty funny. Kramer and what was the other guy's name? Jeffrey, not Jeffrey Gunlock, the other guy, Garner. Just do the opposite. All right, let's look at was it wheat, WEAT. Yesterday, I took a position in wheat, looking for a follow through, looking for a reason to add. This one continues. Wheat and corn have been all the talk over the last 2 months since the February 24th invasion of Ukraine. This has got quite a bit of attention, wheat and corn. Food in general, if you watch anything, if you watch anything, check out the social channel. There's a fella that Rob Kaplan in the YouTube channel chat turned me on to. Never heard of the guy before, but this guy is like super freaking brilliant and very articulate. His name is articulate. His name is Peter Zihan. The dude is so articulate, so smart, and he just goes right through all of the pluses and minuses, the pros and the cons, as far as Russia, Ukraine, what it means to the whole world, what it means to NATO. Also goes in a different video over China. He talks about China and its aging demographic. there's a lot of things that I knew about China, but it wasn't as bad for China as I had originally thought it was. And was it Chairman Xi? Is that what he is? A chairman, president, whatever. He's got a big problem. They've inflated their economy by just printing money way beyond anything ever seen before. I'll let Peter explain it to you, but it's really good. Check out his YouTube channel. If you if you're listening to CNBC and the rest of these knuckleheads, you're really going to be confused. This guy lays everything out, and it makes so much sense based on what think tanks and everyone else is talking about. Anyway, so Cleveland Cliffs is continuing higher. This looks really good. Cleveland Cliffs. Steel stocks in play. Steel stocks in play. Let me see how many shares I have here. All right. Schlumberger, Short Williams, Upstart, Energy Fuels, UU. All right, I got a position there. It started yesterday. That's up 4%. 4%. Cleveland Cliff, looking good here. Pushing now, Cleveland Cliff. All right, so you got the 3-candle reversal. You got the bearish day. You got a doji at the 21-day. Volume could be higher. If it's above yesterday's volume by the end of the day and we take out 32, that would be a follow-through signal for me. I'd look for a continuation. So this looks pretty good. It's up 93 cents. It's got an ATR of $1.50. So I'd look for this to continue. Cleveland Cliff, U.S. Steel, Steel Dynamics, and Nucor. Losing my voice. Nucor. Look at Nucor. Nucor is going. So do yourself a favor. Check out the social channel later, and check out Peter's commentary. Nucor. There goes Nucor breaking out. U.S. Steel. I like it. U.S. Steel. Yeah, U.S. Steel's fine, Frank. This group is moving together. X, Nucor, Steel Dynamics, CLFTX, Ternium Steel. Let's look at the steel stocks real quick. What time is it? It's almost 20 minutes to 12. Steel stocks. All right, there's some really good names in here. This chart list. 10 per page. All right, Cleveland Cliff looks good. Commercial metals. This is CMC. That did I put on the watch list? See, no, I didn't. It's an extended watch list. All right, so that looks good. What's PayPal doing? I haven't looked at PayPal. I'll look at PayPal in a minute. Commercial metals looks good. That's IBD 50. We've got Masabi. That's a China. That's the Japanese firm, right? Masabi. Remember when they were putting out all that funky steel? Not funky coal Medina, but funky steel. I think it was back in what 2018, 19, or whatever. And one of the CEOs like lost face, had to step down or whatever. I think that was Masabi, right? Anyway, we got ArcelorMittal in a big range. ArcelorMittal, German steel company, looking for the bounce. Nucor breaking out. PKX, Pohang Iron and Steel. Is Pohang, are they North Korean or no? I think they're South Korean, right? I don't think North Korea could have anything on the exchange. So that's to be South Korea, PKX. Let me just see real quick here. PKX Market Smith. PKX. Pohang. South Korea. Yeah, okay. So I got it right. South Korea. Sorry, I didn't mean to mention North Korea. Reliance Steel looks really good here. Reliance Steel. RS also catching a bid. RS Steel. Yeah. Munger. Oh, wow. That's cool. Good to know. Okay, Munger's in it. All right. Um, I don't mean this any other way than what I'm just about to say. So if you got a question about a stock, just ask Anton because he generally has, I don't know where the guy can put all the stuff in his brain that he knows, but he's like the Encyclopedia Britannica on stocks and companies. Usually a pretty good read on things. Remember GTO? Remember when GTO would talk about, Anton, you know what I'm talking about. GTO, the Cleveland Cliff is ripping here. Um, GTO used to always say, Sunrise Trader posted something and it's the opposite of what GTO was looking at. And he would always say to himself, let me look at what Sunrise Trader is saying because, maybe I'm not seeing something. So I like when you post a lot of information because many times people aren't even considering that, just looking at the technicals or whatever. So anyway, thanks for that. Ryerson Steel, RYI, RYI. All right. Schnitzer Steel, SCHN Steel. Yeah, yeah. GTO was a trader. You're more on the macro side. I understand. Yeah. Steel Dynamics, that one obviously is going to break out. I love to see these pullbacks that get bought. If you need a guarantee, I can't give it to you, but the probability is pretty high. When the 9/21 day are rising, price action pulls back to the 9/21 day. Look for those days where volume starts to pick up. So that's the other thing we're looking for right now. As it breaks higher, Steel Dynamics. A few weeks ago, this really ripped here from 72 up to almost 90. Watch the volume. If that starts to build, that's the key. TKR, Temkin Steel, that one's starting to bounce. Temkin Steel, TMST, TMST. Ternium Steel. Vale and Worthington Steel, Worthington. Worthington Steel and US Steel. US Steel looks really good. All right, cool. And Zeus Steel. All of those are good. All are breaking out, but two. All right, so when the whole group is moving, that tells you a very valid signal. All right, so we do have earnings, so just make sure you check earnings before taking any positions. But all of these steel stocks, 16 of them are higher, 2 are lower, but they're working on it. Cleveland Cliff is ripping here. They're going to talk about Cleveland Cliff today. I can bet you. I can bet you. Farmer Jim will talk about Cleveland Cliff today. And Pete will probably mention US Steel or Steel Dynamics. Lately, that's been his conversation. New core. Lately, the brothers been okay. Cleveland Cliffs is ripping here. Cleveland Cliff, look at this move here. All right, steel stocks are going. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Cool. All right. Looks really good. Upstart. Sun Power. Schlumberger. PayPal. No position. Sold PayPal. What's PayPal doing? I wanted to look at PayPal. PayPal. Okay, SPY is consolidating. PayPal consolidating. Facebook, kind of similar thing with Facebook. Facebook's below the 50-day. PayPal doing something similar. Once this gets going, produces this higher low, and we get that higher high, we'll be out of this base. All right, so markdown characterized by price spending all of its time, 99% of its time below the 9, 21, and 50-day, all three dropping down into the right. You have to watch for the moving averages to start to flatten out. Price will lead, of course. Moving averages are lagging, but they start to base out, and prices, now that you see the moving averages moving sideways, it's not a guarantee, but for you new traders in the trading room, if you're thinking about positions, this is what you want to see. I'm not saying buy PayPal, but once it starts to break above 122, it's a possible trade. PayPal. Watch earnings. So what are the banks doing? Goldman Sachs reports on Thursday, right? JP Morgan tomorrow. Goldman Sachs. So this is just starting to flatten out, but it's still descending. So I'm not really interested in banks at the moment. What I am interested in is in the restaurants. These look really good. See how they spent most of the time below the 921 and 50-day? Now they turned up. See these volume by price bands? Let's go to the weekly. Probably get a better read on. All right, so it looks more like a V-shaped recovery. McDonald's, Cheesecake Factory, they still trading lower on a weekly. Bloomin' Brands, Bloomin', that's starting to move above the 10 EMA weekly. CMG, Chipotle, above the 10 EMA. Look for a break above 1630 or so. That could be leading to 1950 in the months to come. CMG. Okay, Shake Shack. Shake Shack's another one I like, but it's not above the 10 EMA. Not interested at the moment. Starbucks also testing these lows. That's a pretty decent drawdown. It's like 50%, right? Anyway, Starbucks, BBQ, barbecue. That one's above the 10 EMA, big range. So the restaurants and bars look pretty good. But today it looks like the steel stocks are making the play for new highs. There goes Cleveland Cliff, looking good. Looking really nice here, Cleveland Cliff. I have January 35 calls on Cleveland Cliff. So we're $3.40 out of the money. But got plenty of time. I saw 11,900 in open interest in the steel Cleveland Cliff. I'd like to buy shares of U.S. Steel. I would have bought it over here at the 20 EMA as it took off, popped back above VWAP. This is too extended right now. I'll let this come back in a little bit. The steel stocks are in play though. All of these look good. Nucor. Look how they're pulling away from VWAP, the purple line. See how this is pulling away? That's telling you stock is in play. Look at the volume, relative volume. Look at the same time yesterday. Look at the relative volume today. These are important clues for day traders and for swing traders when you're getting in. Look for prices after the opening range breakout to take off to the upside. Look, this is not even stopping. This is just going like crazy. So institutions have to be buying. What's Tick Cumulative doing? Tick is still not crossed up. We're still trading 3-to-1 up volume. All right. What's NIO doing? NIO and Li Auto, these two are trying to make a higher high. XPEV, trying to make a higher high. All right, so these aren't really doing much. I'd rather trade GM or Ford at the moment. That's starting to push higher. Ford. All right, so these got a lot of work to do. Ford, for me to be interested in Ford, I'd need to get above 18. I realize I'm giving up $2, $3 by not doing it, but once it gets above this level, 18, that's where we got rejected. Kind of like Walmart got rejected at 147, 146.50 for months, 18 months, moving sideways. 147 was a big deal for Walmart. Once it broke above 147, it gave us the heads up. Hey, start adding to your position, buy options. When it broke above 146, 147, we did that. Same thing with Ford. Ford needs to get above 18. Let's see what Workhorse looks like. Workhorse. All right, so making a higher low. Yeah, not really interested in these fourth tier, fifth tier companies. Rather interested in companies that actually lead, like Tesla. General Motors, quite a few different vehicles coming out. Ford, same thing. Cadillac, General Motors. I saw a General. I think I saw electric GM. I'm not sure if they're selling them not or not yet. One flew by me today on my way to drop off the kid, my daughter, at school. I think it was an electric vehicle, but he went by so fast, didn't have a chance to check the plates or the insignias. So what's in play today? All sectors are green, so that's a good sign. What I generally do when all sectors are green is I look at the top performing sector and I start looking for um, edge. Semiconductors are trying to bounce. This is a double bottom. A lot of new traders will shy away from lows like this because, oh my gosh, this is just going to keep going down. This is right where you would expect institutions to start picking up shares. So companies like Micron, looking for them, they're probably having some issues with supply and other things that Anton can talk about. But looking for these to bounce. NVIDIA, Micron. My favorite, ABGO, did take a hit last week. Now it's starting to bounce. So you got a discount. You got a discount of nearly 60 bucks, 70 bucks. Looking for a bounce. And ABGO, Qualcomm, looking for a bounce. Nothing yet, really. So semiconductors are the number 3 on the list today. We got crude oil and small cap energy. Small cap energy is PSCE. That's small cap energy. That's breaking out. Over here, when it broke above 840, this was a long setup that continues to work. Every time it comes back to the 9 and 21 day, it keeps getting bought. Yesterday was no exception, breaking higher. I started the position in uranium. And this one yesterday at 9, about 940, 950. Where was my entry? 952, $9.52 in uranium, UUUU. All right, so what's the CRB index doing? CRB index still consolidating in this triangle pattern. If you look at the weekly time frame, CRB index just keeps moving higher as commodities become more and more scarce. So which one is it? I think potassium comes out of potassium or the fertilizer components. I think potassium comes out of Russia, right? And you got the other components come out of some other countries like, is it China? I forget, but there's 3 components to fertilizer, and they come from areas where we're having issues. So a lot of these fertilizer companies charging more, like Mosaic. Okay, that's making new highs. Mosaic, CF. My position, until I'm proven wrong, is that these are going to continue to get bought on the dips because there's really a big issue with food and fertilizers. I think Brazil is one of the top producers of, I forget what food products they grow, but they're going to have an issue. They're probably going to have underperformance in their crops because of a lack of nutrient-rich fertilizers. There's a whole lot of talk about that. If you're interested in this stuff, you should check out you should check out Peter's YouTube channel. I posted one of his YouTube videos in the social channel. This guy is brilliant and covers all of this stuff with the knowledge that he must be a genius. I mean, literally, the way this guy talks, he's got to be a genius. It's just, I've never seen anybody talk nonstop without looking at notes and just know this stuff like the back of his hand. Anyway, CF is moving higher, LXU. Each one of these dips gets bought. Okay, so uh, LXU, we took some off into strength over here on Friday. This had broken out from 1170, 148% gain. So that kind of negated the problems I had with AMD. It was down like 10% on AMD, and I was down a little bit on Riot, but I did sell covered calls. So I'm sort of in more of a bullish state with Riot because I sold covered calls with the implied volatility at 150%. It's now at 100%. So I collected a lot of that premium. That brings my cost basis down below 14. I sold a 24 call for $5.35 per contract, or $535 for every 100 shares. I have 500 shares of Riot. It has pulled back, but I'm making money on the way down. I'm looking for the bounce. This isn't a base, and I'm just sitting here with patience, just selling premium. So those expire on the 20th. That is, no, the 22nd. Is that the 22nd? Let me see here. If I misspeak, Riot, I have 20 call. Oh, the January 20s. Okay. So that has dropped quite a bit from 535. They're now trading at 325. That's nice. Oh, no. That's not the right. I'm sorry. I take that back. Riot, they're at $4. Okay, $4. So I'm making $1.35. That's 20%. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, watching SPY here. We got strength in steel stocks. We got strength in airlines. We got strength in restaurants and bars. Starting to sound like if we don't get lockdowns, the economy is holding up fairly well. You know, we can have a lot of opinions. I'm just going to look at the industrial production. If this chart is moving higher, it's telling me that the momentum is still clearly bullish. It is. Okay, so this is industrial production. Continues to move higher. You can see where it peaked back here in early 2018 before the Fed. The Fed started talking about June hikes, talking about hikes in June. It wasn't until October that we started to see the rate hikes, 4 of them. The last one came right after Christmas, 2018, and that's when the markets started to bounce. But industrial productions continued to fall off as we were making new highs, so a divergence there. Let's see, the AI bull bear. Okay, this is actually a decent signal once this starts to reverse. So we still have more and more people selling. We had too many bulls up here when we peaked. That was mid 2021. Okay. So now I'm looking for the reversal. These previous reversals were where the market started to take off. You can see back here in 2010 when we had that dip in bullish percent. Once it turned, we gained over the next 3 years, we gained over 101% from that low, the S&P. This most recent rally, over 70%. I got to adjust this. Hold on. Okay, so 84%. Actually, S&P was up more than that, I believe. Anyway, so I'm looking for this to turn. Yet another indicator that people don't really pay attention to. Riot pulling back a little bit, so my calls will continue to make money. Cleveland Cliff at the high. It's at 12 o'clock. All right, the steel stock's going to get a mention today. They have to. I'm very curious how my wife did. She's in Moscow now, so I haven't heard back from her. She just sent me a message this morning at 8 o'clock a.m. 8 o'clock a.m. That would have made it 3 o'clock p.m. in Russia, in Moscow, 3 o'clock p.m. So right now it's 7 p.m. in Russia. So she's probably already attended the funeral for her father, who just passed away last week from complications, she said, after receiving a booster of the Sputnik vaccine. That's what they call it. So don't yell at me. He got a brain clot shortly thereafter. Weird. So anyway, I'm waiting to hear how she's doing in Moscow to see if things are as bad as the media makes it out to be, or if it's worse, or what, you know. CCJ, I see Susie mentioning CCJ. Kamiko, yeah, Kamiko, CCJ, UEC, UU.
3 million barrels a day seen previously. Citing that output is to grow annually in 2023. That's an average rate of 940,000 barrels a day versus the prior forecast of 960,000 barrels a day.
Peter, yeah. Zihan.
More from this US EIA CEO report here, they forecast a dry natural gas consumption for April 2023.
All right, so we just sideways here on SPY, not going anywhere. So these uranium-related names like CCJ, UEC, and UU, all moving higher. All right, Lulu, Lulu above, trying to stay above the 200-day, Lulu. All right, I marked this one up last week. I want to see a follow through. Lulu. All right, so that looks good. All right, sorry. I know I'm on a wrong. You don't see what I'm doing here. Sorry about that. I'll be on here in a second. You'll see here shortly. I just need to mark this up. Okay. All right. So let me save this and I'll shift so you can see Lulu. Okay. Lulu. Okay. Lulu. All right. So Lulu. There we are. Lulu. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So you can see as we were in the markdown phase, how RSI stayed below 50 the entire time. And then once we started to come out of this base or accumulation phase, accumulation is phase one. That's after markdown. Markdown comes after distribution, distribution at highs. Something happens to change the tempo or the sentiment. That begins distribution. That leads to markdown, phase four. Once we come out of markdown, we start moving sideways. Eventually, the moving averages catch up. They're moving sideways, flattening out, no longer descending. That's accumulation. That's where institutions have been picking up shares. You can see all this volume. institutions picking up shares. And then at some point, we move back above the 921 day, and then the 921 and 50 day turn up and to the right. This should wake you up over the last 2-3 weeks on Lulu. It had earnings on that gap up. This kind of price action wakes you up, and you start to look for things like, okay, here's the 200 day, and it's matching up with price action. Once we get above the 200 day, I'm bullish. I'll be taking bullish trades above the 200 day. MACD's above its signal line, everything looking good for Lulu. All right, so starting soon.
So looking further into the EIA
Starting soon.
report here, U.S. crude oil production fell below 11.6 million barrels per day in December 2021, which is the most recent monthly historical data point, which is a decline of 0.2 million barrels per day from November 2021. They do forecast that production will rise to an average of 12 million barrels per day in 2022, and then to record high production on an annual average basis of 13 million barrels per day in 2023.
All right. So Lulu looks good. A close up here would be good. I'd like to see the indices also push higher. So we're still on the fence with this candle today. Many people will be talking about the rejection there. I note it as well. We must get above these 3 moving averages. I like to call this spaghetti because it's a mess overhead. You got all these moving averages. All right, so they're lagging indicators, but they're still valid because people watch them. And we had a 200-day hold for 3 days last week. Looking for a follow through now. So we have to get back above the 21 day, the 50, already above it, and 9 and 200 day. So people are still bearish, selling into strength. Cleveland Cliff looks pretty good. XRT, we were looking for a follow through yesterday, Nick. I was looking at XRT. Once this gets above this base, or you can see the very defined base over here, all these volume by price bands. Once we get above 82, 83, 84, this is going to start building the right side of a pattern. That's the more bullish side. This is the bearish side, and then accumulation. So looking for XRT and XLY. If you're bullish economically speaking, you want to see XLY moving higher. Right now, XLP, consumer staples, are outperforming consumer discretionary. People spending money. Their consumer credit came out last week. That number was pretty high. So Americans are putting more on credit cards. Okay. Spending on consumer discretionary items, things they don't need. You know, that new Mariah Carey album, or that new car, or that new home. People can afford a new home or a new car generally are in a better position, but the average person, consumer discretionary becomes second to staples. As a consequence, we start to see these stocks fade. So we're looking for a higher high to beat around the bush here. I'm looking for a higher high in consumer discretionary to go with the industrial production and a potential turn in the AAII bull bear ratio. We need to see that turn up. So we're starting to build on more bullish activity, but still not out of the woods yet. So we're fading a little bit more. We got a lower high on SPY. We got a higher low on VIX. Still a lower high. VIX, I'm looking for VIX to give us a signal. Okay, so we got lower highs. I'd like to see this rejected soon. I know Russell's in this, so sorry about that, Russell, but looking for this range to play out. So you got the lows, you got the highs, and it looks like a triangle pattern right now. VIX looks like a triangle for now. Okay, from this gap and this low,
US natural gas consumption for 2023 at 84.
So it's a triangle. All right, so I'm expecting this to stay inside of this triangle for now.
Up from the forecast of 84.26 billion cubic feet today.
Okay, watching VIX here. VIX. What's Tesla doing real quick? Tesla, I'll come back to this. Tesla, looking for a higher low and a higher high on Tesla. Tesla makes money. Tesla makes money. And if you remember, Tesla was a big to-do that Tesla wasn't making money back in, what was it, 2018 was the last year that Tesla was operating at a net loss. 2019 was when Tesla flipped to a profit. And since then, it's been gathering momentum like crazy. 2019, they made 3 cents. 2020, $2.24. 2021, $6.78. 2022, $10.93, an improvement of 61% over last year. And next year, a 32% increase to $14.47 per share. Tesla proving all the pundits wrong. I love it when Elon beats them at their own game. Everybody's against Tesla. Even the federal government, when they invited all the EV manufacturers to the White House, they forgot Tesla. And everybody's chasing Tesla. They had GM, they had Ford and other manufacturers, but they didn't have Tesla. I just thought that was a sleight of hand, that slap across the face. But Elon proving them wrong. He's doing well. Anyway, Tesla has earnings next week, right? Next week. Tesla. All right, so with the Gigafactory or it's not the Gigafactory. What's the factory in Germany? Mega? I don't know. Anyway, VIX looks good. Looking for it to drop off a little bit here. So what am I expecting on SPY? Right now, not expecting much. We're just chopping around here. You can see VWAP. VWAP's not on here. Hold on a second. Where's my VWAP? Oh, it's fixed. No wonder you can't find VWAP. Sorry about that. SPY. There's VWAP. All right, so you can see prices are tightening up. You got these big swings. They're starting to tighten up. Notice where VWAP is, right in the middle of price action. So I'm not expecting much at the moment. I'm waiting for price to mean revert back up to VWAP or test this low. At lunchtime, this is when we normally see A, B, C, D patterns. So watching SPY.
Adding that the commodity price shock is driving top line inflation.
Check out Peter's YouTube channel. I posted in one of his videos in the social channel. Very enlightening, very bright, very intelligent guy, very articulate. He's like a professional speaker, but a genius in geopolitical and macro analysis. Really something else. Very impressed. I don't get impressed like that very often. Thank you for that, Rob, by the way. I did as you suggested too. In that text you sent me when you said to watch it and to get prepared, if you know what I mean. It was pretty good. So I was totally zoned into what this guy was talking about.
I'm most focused on core inflation for assessing the path of monetary policy.
So New York governor is in Brooklyn. Is she talking about the...
It has to end and ends now. And we are sick and tired of reading headlines about crime, whether they're mass shootings, the loss of a teenage girl, or a 13-year-old. It has to stop. I'm committing the full resources of our state to fight this surge of crime, this insanity that is seizing our city, because we want to get back to normal. It's been a long, hard 2 years. That's what we
Brenda
crave.
says, I will be looking to see if we continue to see moderation in inflation.
And this is what the mayor and I are going to continue to work toward. And I thank the partners, the brave people at the MTA, the first ones who had the sense, the drivers of the train, to leave the station to make sure no more victims could be hurt. The NYPD, FDNY, state police, everyone involved in this has one purpose. There's to stop the
Brenda says, I
insanity
will
of these
be
crimes.
looking for moderating for inflation and declining categories with outsized increases, stating that the inflation is too high and getting it down is the top task.
All right, so that was the governor of New York talking about the Brooklyn news this morning. Gunman shot a couple of people, I guess. I don't know. Multiple people shot at a Brooklyn subway station. I don't know what that's about, but the crime has gotten crazy. You know, it really got bad in 2020, COVID. All right, so here goes SPY, starting to move higher. VIX is dropping off here. Okay, here goes SPY. Back up to VWAP. It's gorgeous outside. If you have major goals for today, I would suggest going in and out and enjoy your life. Go out and enjoy it. Go take a bike ride. Go jogging. Go play some golf, tennis, whatever. It's gorgeous outside. McDonald's looks good. All right.
Brenda says, I am encouraged by the rebound in labour force participation, saying that we are seeing a rebound here.
Okay, Cleveland Cliff continues to fade a little bit here.
Brenda says it's normal for labour force to recover more slowly.
Brainard still speaking. Fed's Brainard. Looking for steel stocks to follow through over the next few days. So if you bought some in the lower half of the daily range, keep an eye on stochastics. This tells you the probabilities on your position. All right, so here's U.S. Steel, for example. U.S. Steel has intraday a move of $1.61. Okay, $1.61. It has an ATR of $1.78. Okay, so it's pretty much full. It's full. It's done its move for today. So I wouldn't chase it up here. If you get a little dip, maybe you get a good entry. If you didn't buy anything this morning, look for it to stay in the upper half of this candle. All right. The reason why is we're looking for stochastic, which is starting to turn. You see that? Once stochastic makes the full turn and starts to move higher, you start to look for prices on the whole to make closes in the upper half of the daily range on a rolling 14-day basis. It's a lagging indicator, but as stochastics turns and MACD reverses, these two are telling you your odds are becoming more bullish and should close in the upper half of this daily range on average. So that's telling me U.S. Steel will probably be closer to 40, maybe by Thursday or Monday of next week. Tuesday, whatever. No, you're the loudest, dude. Wapner, no comparison. He's the loudest mouth.
That's very nice. Says that this support will be sustainable throughout this year. Apologies for feedback. That's very nice. Says fiscal support will be a substantial drag this year. And very nice. Saying that we could see some return to historic service demand. That's very nice. Says that as the pandemic lifts, we should see more demand for services and less pressure on durables. That's right. On the supply side, we expect to see continued improvements in labor force participation. That's very nice. Says as we move closer to more neutral levels, I expect to see the labor demand coming down.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think anybody expected Professor 75 basis points in May. Right? No one expected that. But the bottom line, it sounds like I hear from you, is that you are not changing your view on what the Fed has to do moving forward, and maybe more importantly, what it is going to do. In any way, you're not changing your view on that. I still think that the Fed really.
All right, these guys are really getting on my nerves. Okay, so steel stocks fade, so not surprising. All right, so let's say, all right, so you're a new trader, all right, and you're watching U.S. steel, you're watching the steel stocks here, and you're saying, oh, this looks really good, probably going to follow through. I just bought at the high of the day. I'm just saying, not me, but I'm just saying that you bought at the high of the day. Now you're saying, oh shit, what did I do? Well, not all is lost. Most of the steel stocks look really good. It's just pulled back. It does have the potential to come back to 30, but looking for it to close in the upper half of the daily range. Stochastic is trying to turn. So you should get into a practice of not buying the high of the day. Don't buy these run-ups. Buy the breakouts. That's okay if you're day trading. But looking how quickly these are starting to fade. So there's momentum traders in this most likely. Look at the rest of the steel stocks that need to hold as well, like Nucor. These are fading a little bit. U.S. Steel. Yeah, these are fading for whatever reason. But look pretty good. It looked like they're going to start to push off of these levels. So we'll see. U.S. Steel should be fine. American Airlines and the airlines having a little difficulty here. Need to get above these moving averages. Delta still not above the 50-day.
That's very nice. Says there are likely to be knock-on effects on global supply chains from the war.
Canadian Natural Resources, CNQ. Canadian Natural trying to break higher. I have a sell limit at 60. What is the limit here? Limit at 65.50. I have a limit at 65.50, just above that pivot. CNQ, the only reason is because it really hasn't moved much. You can see over here, nearly 4 weeks ago, we were still trading at the same level. So we've been moving sideways. Now it's probably going to break out. Canadian Natural with the rest of these pushing higher.
COVID policy has the potential to lengthen out supply chain constraints.
All right, so Devon, EOG, these are all moving higher. So steel stocks, they're fading at the moment, but EOG, the crude oil and gas names. All right, SPY pulling back a little bit. SPY pulling back. VIX is popping here. I have no position in SPY at the moment. We sold near the highs. VIX spiking up here. Russell was looking for 25.
roles in the firm, from senior to entry level. Not because we felt like it, but demand is there. And so, to a degree, we can justify starting somebody at 80,000. That would have been 60,000 in 2019. Okay, most businesses are saying we can justify that. The economy's good. This next phase that we're going into now, the Fed rapidly hiking rates to catch up with the market's expectations into a deceleration, a slowdown. How much longer can we count on small and mid-sized business? I know big businesses, they have more flexibility. How much longer, though, can we rely on the middle and the small part of American business to keep doing that? At a certain point, that imbalance has to correct just through sheer no loss. I know there's more business to be done. We can't do it. It's no longer profitable. When do you think we hit that point?
Well, you're certainly right. I mean, personally, we see on corporate earnings calls, they're able to pass on prices. Now, you're talking about large corporations. Small ones are, and that's what you're talking about. In the new, as you're saying, the new higher market is so hot that they're seeing 10, 20% wage increases. Do they have the power of passing it on? And by the way, also, if you're particularly energy intensive.
All right, SPY, still in the descending pattern. VWAP where it is. VIX at the highs.
There's, as you said, try to book a travel. There's money out there. People want to spend after 2 years of semi-lockdown or lockdown.
LAC continues to move lower. Last week it looked like it was going to bounce. LAC. Lithium.
Hikes, lower money supply growth, which I monitor very, very closely. Then you're going to begin to see that self.
Dollar Tree.
At this particular time, I still think those pressures are on.
Hey, Professor, it's always a pleasure. I'll see you again soon. That's Professor Jeremy Siegel at the Wharton School, looking for what he calls a mild recession, maybe in early 2023. Yields moving a little bit lower. Stocks are off their highs as well. Nasdaq's only up barely 90 now. That's pretty decent pullback from where we started the show. Dow Industrials good for still 100 points. It's still triple digits, but maybe we're pairing some a little bit. Still ahead. John has unusual activity.
All right, Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree, a little dip here in Dollar Tree. Looks like an ABCD pattern on Dollar Tree. All right, so I sold some this morning. Dollar Tree, what do I want to do here, Dollar Tree? All right, RSI show muscle. Could see higher highs. We saw that last time Walmart took off. We sold it a little too early. Walmart continues. Same thing with Costco. That followed through. That followed through. Let's see. Where did Dollar Tree? Let me go ahead and take some of this off. Sell some Dollar Tree. All right, I'll sell 3/4 here. So I'll sell half. All right, so I'm going to sell $1. I have too much Dollar Tree. I didn't realize I had 200 shares. I thought I only had 100. This is too much for that particular position. So I'm going to sell half. I'm going to get down to 100 shares on Dollar Tree right here. Market, that's okay. We can get this filled at the market. All right, Dollar Tree. All right, so it looks like it might drift a little bit lower. So I'm okay with Dollar Tree. Made nice profits, 157 to 167. We sold some this morning, plus 10 on the trading account and my retirement account, my kids' accounts. I'm taking some Dollar Tree off, plus 10. Again, I'm trying to reduce my equity exposure back down. I'm trying to get to 60% this week. I don't know if I'll be able to do it because I'm looking for bounces to sell into. So right now they sold into strength again. Okay, DHS, all right. Wheat, IWB. All right, what's Berkshire? Berkshire looking good. Berkshire, I'm looking for a follow through on Berkshire. BRKB. Berkshire, still dojis. Looking for a break above 355 to test 360 and 362. Think that's possible. Lulu, a lot of people on social media poo-pooing this one valuation wise. Lulu, let me go take a look at Lulu's valuations. Lulu. All right, its PE is 47 times.
We're back right now. Let's get to Steve Leisman, who has breaking news on the Fed. Are we talking
Book value is
headlines that are
16.
open right now, Steve?
Yeah, Leo Brainerd talking right now at a conference with the Wall Street Journal.
Does show earnings increasing though. It shows earnings.
I'd say garden comments about the inflation report this morning. Several economists and now Brainerd, who is the, I guess, presumptive vice chair.
For the last 6 quarters, Lulu continues to beat.
Moderation in the core goods sector. You'll note there was the goods sector came down a little bit, mostly propelled by a decline in used car prices. But I say guarded because she says there's a lot of potential upside risk to inflation down the road, including the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, as well as the China lockdown. She said these present upside risk to inflation. Overall, Scott, she gives a pretty optimistic view of the ability of the Fed to raise interest rates and not create a recession, suggesting there's a lot of strength in the labor market and in the economy. So she's optimistic about that. But these are, I don't know, maybe the first positive, if very guarded comments on inflation from Fed official in a long time.
Yeah, she does say that the recovery can be sustained even as we bring inflation down. Right, that speaks directly to the question of whether they can engineer the soft landing amid doubts that they can actually pull that off. And then the other thing I find interesting that she says too is that financial conditions, she thinks, will bring demand down to more sustainable levels, i.e., tightening policy, tightening financial conditions a bit, is going to do the job she hopes and thinks. Now the question is, the proof's going to be in the pudding, Steve, as to whether they can actually pull that all off.
Yeah, and do so without a recession. I think the Fed can fight inflation and win, but as we've been talking about, Scott, it sometimes wins ugly with a large rise of unemployment and or it ends in a recession. I think what the Fed has going for it right now is this very low unemployment rate. It has 11 million job openings to kind of play with, in the sense that they may get rid of job openings and not actual jobs. That's the upside. But Scott, let's remember, tomorrow we got the producer price index, and that's probably going to show considerable pressure in the pipeline for inflation at the producer level that needs to work its way down into the consumer level at some point, or it will be absorbed in lower profit margins. So, and it's not entirely clear to me that we have absorbed all of the price increases that are coming from what's happened in Russia and the China lockdown. So I still think put it this way, I'd say it would be premature to declare peak inflation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even though some are tossing that around, but given where the inflation headlines have been over the past many months, I think we'll take what we got today and at least have a smile for a day and see what tomorrow brings, Steve.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the only thing you can do here is everybody wants to be on top of that peak inflation trade or story, but you just can't do it. And even Brainerd herself said you don't want to go too far on what's headline, so she's guarded about this optimistic take.
For sure. Steve Leisman with the headlines there from Lyle Brainerd. Thanks, Steve. Let's get the headlines now with Christina Porcedopulos. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Scott. A massive manhunt right now is underway in New York City. Police converged at a subway station in the Sunset Park section of Brooklyn this morning. They say a man wearing a gas mask threw a smoke grenade inside a moving train and then opened fire. 10 people were shot, another 6 were hurt.
Jeez.
Right now, no life-threatening
Wow, that's
incident is not being investigated as a terrorist act, but the motive is still unknown. The suspect, believed to have been acting alone, escaped in the confusion as the train pulled into the station. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. We're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. We'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. This is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. Boris Johnson and his wife Carrie Johnson are being fined by London police for violating COVID lockdown rules. Johnson's fine is for attending a birthday party thrown for him in the cabinet room almost 2 years ago. He is the first serving prime minister of the UK to be sanctioned for breaking the law. And all children should be screened for anxiety starting when they are 8 years old. That's the draft guidance this morning from a group of independent medical experts. The panel repeated its recommendation that children between the ages of 12 and 18 be screened for severe depression. Tonight on the news, new artificial limbs that allow people to almost experience the sensation of touching something. That's 7 p.m. Eastern.
LPLA. Nice follow through on LPLA.
Dr. J has unusual activity as well when we come back.
Yep. I agree with you, John. Yeah, that guy's really smart. Very, very smart. Okay, I'm not making much of a big deal out of price action. I want to see what it does over the next few days. Today, we've had a pretty decent day. Target's bouncing here. You get Target above the 200-day. If you like Target earlier, I like it even better now because if it does manage to get through 200-day, you're getting it on a little bit. You didn't chase it. You didn't chase it up here. But it is confirming that buyers keep stepping up north of 233. So that's a good sign. Target. Let's see. Let me just buy a little bit of Target here. I'll buy like 25 shares in my kids' accounts. I'm just going to buy some Target because I'm not paying attention too much to Target with my kids. But I do believe Target's going to be over the 200-day in short order.
Let's talk about some calls of the day. CrowdStrike upgraded to a buy at Goldman Sachs. They say the threat environment continues to drive strong demand. Stocks up 4%. Josh Brown, you are an owner of CrowdStrike. Price target to 285 from 241. That's a sizable upside.
Yeah, I don't think that we're even in the second inning yet of how important cybersecurity.
Yeah, I would agree with Josh on that one. All right, Bitcoin stocks faded, so not much following through there.
Et cetera, et cetera. You can't do anything if it's not secure. Like literally nothing. Last year, the Colonial Pipeline was ransomware from us. We literally had to pay crypto to get back a third of this country's energy network, and everyone forgot about it because Kim started dating Pete Davidson. But like this is going to happen with increasing regularity and intensity, and we better get real smart. So CrowdStrike is a $50 billion player in the space. I spent a half an hour last night talking with the CEO. They have just gotten a higher level certification to be able to work directly with Department of Defense. This is something almost no other cybersecurity companies have. In addition,
They've been signing strategic partnerships with companies like Amazon Web Services and Mandiant. They are serving 15 of the largest 20 financial institutions in America, a huge chunk of the Fortune 500, every sector, every geography all over the world. And I think they continue to win because they have one of the best products.
Canadian Natural looks good. CNQ, CNQ, Canadian Natural, trending. Stochastics turning, MACD trying to turn back up. SPY still looking weak here. Watch SPY, SPY drifting lower.
Downgraded stuff to a sell today at Citi. The price target gets cut to 45 from 65. What do you make of this? Because you just trimmed Cisco yesterday. Pretty timely.
Well, I did trim it yesterday because I do think as supply chains ease, which is not probably until 2023, but when they ease, I think they're going to be left with a lot more inventory that I will feel comfortable with. But that being said, near term, I don't see a lot of downside here, especially with product orders of 30% plus over the last 3 quarters. So they've got some pretty good visibility. Is that also saying they're losing market share? I don't think you can tell if they're losing market share just given all of the supply chain issues. So I just wanted to make it a little bit smaller, but at 15 times earnings, 3% dividend yield, if it were to pull back substantially from here, I would absolutely be buying it back.
Okay. We have less than 24 hours to go now until the big banks start reporting earnings. We'll find out how the committee is setting up ahead of that next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Real debate and actionable advice from the investment committee, plus unusual activity and more. Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Yeah, the wife finally made it to Moscow. It's 8 p.m. now, so I guess she'll spend the rest of the day tomorrow and then start to work her way back. She's got a one-way ticket. I don't know why she left the country with a one-way ticket. I didn't find that out until she was at the airport. She said, "Oh, by the way, I hope your father left you a ton of money because the credit cards aren't working." All right, so hopefully she'll make it back. I'm taking care of the kids while she's gone. The grandmother's gone too. She lives in Crimea. So somehow they're going to take a over water trip. She's going to take an over water trip from Turkey, maybe to Sevastopol. I'm just like shaking my head like there's no way I would do that. That takes a lot of balls. Bigger balls than I have. All I keep thinking about is that Ukraine airline that got shot down by Russia over eastern Ukraine a while back. No thanks. Unfortunately, her dad passed away, so I understand. For me, I just fill my tank with gas and drive down to New Orleans, so much easier for me. My mom, she's fine. She plays pool, hangs out at the American Legion. My mother can kick my butt. My mother could kick just about anybody's butt at pool. She's so good. She's been playing since she was like 18. She's in her low 80s right now. So anyway, just watching price action. I know I'm just kind of like off the rails right now. Just watching price action. Most stocks did fairly well today in the morning. Now we're looking for B and C pivots. So example, let's look at CNQ, Canadian Natural. You saw on the daily that it's in a bullish trend. I don't need to chase it at the high of the day, so I'm going to be patient with CNQ, watching this ABCD pattern potentially. So if you can get in near 64.30 above VWAP, looking for higher lows to lead to higher highs. CNQ is trending. So this time of day is a good time to start looking for entries. If you missed the morning rush, I tend to look at the evening, the afternoon session to look for entries. Target. I bought the kids some Target. This is drifting a little bit lower. That's okay. Target, I'm fine. I want to see Target get above the 200-day in the next couple of days. RSI is still rising. Volume last week tells me that most likely Target will continue to move above this level. Most of the retail stocks look good, like TJ Maxx. Looked at TJ Maxx yesterday at 62. Did well today. Dollar Tree, very bullish, but I don't want to buy up here. I want to take profits off into strength. You can see Dollar Tree is now at that upper Keltner band at 169.04. So I'm selling into that strength, looking for it to pull back again. I'm still bullish. I could just sit in this and not trade it, trade around it, a core position, but I keep taking profits in the strength, and then as it pulls back, I buy again. Once the buyers show up, like here last week, we saw this bounce on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We took along from 157 up to 167. That's plenty for me. Plus 10, plus 11. You could also sell covered calls up here if the implied volatility was higher, but it's really not that significant. Dollar Tree is not a big mover. All right, so Dollar Tree is trading a IV of 26%. So this is something I would not sell premium on. If anything, I'd probably be looking at a put credit spread or something like that. Sell something close to the money, like 166, or like Susie likes to do. She likes to sell naked with the idea, okay, I'm okay with getting assigned at 165, so I'll sell puts or whatever. She does that a lot. So you could sell, if you were worried about risk, you could sell like the 166 and buy the 165 put for protection, for a credit. Dollar Tree is still on a buy signal on the daily, on the 30-60. Waiting for a bounce on the 5-minute.
The other two stocks, Wells Fargo as well as Bank of America, will deliver, Scott. The issue is for the coming quarter are these higher rates that they're going to be charging for consumer loans, commercial loans, and so forth. Are those going to be destroying demand? And I don't know that we're there yet. I think we're still at a point where we're going to see accelerated demand because of people worrying that they go significantly higher in order to tame inflation, as Degas said.
Okay, Josh Brown, JP Morgan as well, right? I've said it over and over again that was really the line last time at the beginning of earnings, right? JP Morgan did not report well.
Yeah, Corey, that was her grandmother. Her grandmother died back in last year. I think it was August or something like that.
Really tough quarter for the money center banks. I think you can own some financials, but to Degas' point, they're not going to trade as a block because there are very specific aspects of each of them that will either thrive or suffer in this environment. And the money centers are not the place to be right now. If you're looking for short-term performance, all you need to know, the home builders hit a 52-week low last week, okay? They're bouncing today, great. They're still down 30% year to date. The fixed 30-year mortgage hit 5.25%, okay? So we're going to have demand destruction in housing, which is very important to all of the banks. The only question is, how soon does it become apparent? How bad does it get before it subsides? We already know this.
All right, we got stocks, and we're seeing shorts covering here. Shorts are starting to cover.
Transports look terrible. All of the classic things that you would look at as indicative of where the economy is headed. So I just don't think that that's the area that you should really be focused on. I like alternative asset management. So I'm in Carlisle. I think CG is a better place to be than any traditional lender. Yes, it's a financial. No, it has nothing to do with deposit rates. That's the kind of way that I would be thinking in that space right now, and not obsessing over whether or not Citi or JP are going to beat by a nickel or whatever. I don't think it's going to matter.
All right. Quick break, then unusual activity with the doctors next.
Okay, Dr. J's up next with unusual. Let's see what he gives us. Is it going to be airlines? Is it going to be steel? He tends to talk about U.S. Steel a lot and Nucor. Maybe steel stocks, airlines. He talks about airlines from time to time. Jets has faded, but it's still up 14 cents on the day. The airlines like Delta, if they get above the 50-day this week, we should see a follow through in airlines next week. I'm not fond of the airline stocks as far as trades are concerned. I'd rather trade a biotech than airlines, and they're both risky, in my opinion. So LABU, we were looking for a bounce. LABU, we didn't get it. We're not back above 19 yet, so looking for the higher low. Even if this comes down and tests a double bottom, I'm okay with LABU. I'm looking for this to continue to base. You can see very profound volume by price building here. So I'm looking for price eventually get above 20. Last week we get above 19. Some of you took profits into that pop that we saw to begin the week last week on Tuesday, that pop in reverse. So LABU, some of those stocks have pulled back like Insight. That pulled back, but looking bullish on the dip. Merck on the dip. These did very well. All right, so Bristol Myers, this was a breakout from over here at 59.60. Okay, this still looks pretty strong. Buyers stepping up again on Bristol Myers. So from 60 up to 78. And some of you took profits off. I took some profits yesterday, if you remember. Bristol Myers and Merck took some off yesterday. I advised maybe it was time to take a little profit. Some of you did, some of you didn't. That's fine. Looks good on the weekly. All right, so let's look at the sectors that are still showing strength. USO, crude oil, those are strength. Those are the strongest sectors. What was that? Electricity? All right, so we're still 10% red. The 10% that are red are biotechs, communication, financials, and healthcare. Healthcare, that's the one that we sold last week on Thursday. Healthcare we sold on Thursday into Friday. Actually, I think it was Friday, right? Let me see. Let me just check my alerts here. Healthcare. Friday. Yeah, XLV we sold plus 11. XLV was sold on Friday. So we sold up here. It's pulled back. That's what I'm looking for on healthcare.
China recertification of the 737 Max. That could come any day. So that's why I own it. You know, I'm in it because it is a restructuring story.
We will take a quick break. When we come back, you'll either see Doc or you're going to hear Doc, but you're going to get unusual activity. I promise you next.
All right, so XLV, we did sell on Friday at the highs, so that's looking good. Looking for a dip back to 137 to 138. Okay, looking for a bounce on XLV. All right, healthcare looks good. CNQ looks like it's going to take off here. CNQ, Canadian Natural. I got a sell order at, let's see, drum roll, 65.50. So if we hit 65.50, I'll be taking some CNQ off. I've been in this one for a few days. I think Prism, you took profits in CNQ last week, right? Or in CNQ, Canadian Natural. Last week, this moved from about 61.30 up to the highs. I think you took profits on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. CNQ.
We got a couple of big interviews coming up in overtime at 4 o'clock today. Kathy Wood, Arc Invest CEO, will join us, and Guggenheim's Scott Minerd will be with us as well. That's a CNBC exclusive. He's got a new note out today. You don't want to miss those comments, and I'll see you in a few hours from now. John is on the phone with Unusual. Doc, go ahead.
All right, Scott. Tesla. The stock trades at about $9.95. They're buying 6,000 of the next Friday expiration 1050 calls. They bought them in two big prints, so in other words, 3,000 apiece. That's a big trade. We followed into that. Second one, Snowflake, SNOW. This one expires Thursday this week because Friday, of course, is a holiday. There's no trading. These expire Thursday. They're buying the April 230 calls there, Scott. About 5,500 of those changed hands so far today.
All right, good stuff. Hey, while I have you, Doc, give me a final trade, please.
All right, EVTL. This is vertical lift cars. They're getting a big pop today, and people are betting that they're going to keep going higher, Scott.
Yeah, big pop indeed. 36%. Higher than that. Higher than 40 now. Doc, thank you. Stephanie Link, what do you have for us?
Target, I've been adding to it. It's now my largest discretionary name.
Target being mentioned by Stephanie.
Traffic and ticket strength, so they're seeing double-digit comps. They're buying back $10 billion of stock as well.
Okay, good stuff. Take us right.
Yeah, like Stephanie's buy of Accenture, leading digital and cloud consulting firm with a free cash flow yield of 7% and growing earnings estimates.
Dutch Bros. Caffeine is recession proof, and I think when you look at this chart, you can see what I see.
Okay.
Higher lows. The buyers are stepping in earlier each time.
Thanks, guys. See you in overtime. That does it for us. The exchange is now.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Melissa Lee, and today for Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead. Inflation hitting a 40-year high, and the market seems to think we may have seen the worst of it, but is that sentiment premature? And will this change anything when it comes to the Fed's rate hike plan? Plus, from the streaming wars to the box office battle, we speak with the CEO of Paramount Pictures. The stock is up 20% so far this year. Can the Top Gun sequel keep it at a cruising altitude? And a big day of being down retailer and a read on airlines. We've got the action.
All right, so Stephanie mentioned Target. So what did that do on her mention? Target. All right, still no follow through on Target.
Take a look at the Dow here. We're up by about 0.4%. The high in the Dow has been 361. We're up 125 right now. The S&P 500 up by 23 or 0.5%, and the Nasdaq Composite up by 114 or about 0.9%. The Nasdaq 100, by the way, being led by the cloud and cybersecurity names Cloudflare, Datadog, Fortinet, Zscaler, energy spiking as well as Shanghai lifts some of its COVID curbs and OPEC warned of tight supplies. Crude back above $100 a barrel. Transocean, Marathon, Occidental are your leaders in that space today. The 10-year yield meantime moving lower following the CPI report and after hitting its highest level since December of 2018. Early
Tesla.
We've got the latest auction results in the 10-year in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Lee Star.
Capital CEO Jeffrey Dunlop sounding slightly bullish on prices today.
John mentioning those Tesla calls as well.
Somewhat favorable. We had some pretty big month-over-month prints in the middle of 2021. That I don't think is likely to recur. So we probably already paid, but it's going to be sticky.
Our next guest agrees, but doesn't think it will change the Fed's rate hike plan at the next meeting. He still expects a 50 basis point hike. Joining us now, Michael Schumacher, head of macro strategy.
Spy.
Mike, great to have you with us. The point here is the sticky word, and I think that's what I would underscore in that Jeffrey Dunlop soundbite. We may have seen the peak.
Nucor.
It's going to stick around.
excuse me, Lulu trying to push through this 200-day, not having any luck. VIX pushing higher, SPY dropping off a little bit. Be interested to see what they do after 2 o'clock.
What's the outlook over the next 3 to 6 months? From an inflation standpoint, frankly, not that great month to month. So we, the Fed, have to tighten it fairly aggressively. I think that gets going in earnest in a few weeks at the May 4th meeting and continues on in June.
50 seems to be a foregone conclusion by most folks, and so your thoughts on that aren't necessarily a surprise. But what do you see in terms of the next couple of meetings? Do we see, sequential 50 basis point hikes?
The market's priced for that now, Melissa. It's interesting now when you think about the Fed's tools. The Fed will announce a rate hike almost certainly in a couple of weeks. It's also going to announce balance sheet reductions, very, very likely. And lots of people in the market have speculated about this. This has been a popular topic, especially for the last few weeks. So it's a combination of rate hikes and reducing the balance sheet. And it's a pretty potent cocktail. So does it automatically mean the Fed's going to go 50 in May and 50 in June? It's pretty likely. It's not locked in at this point. But I do think of a very big rate hike in May, plus the balance sheet reductions, it's almost a given at this point.
Yeah. How do you think we'll see this inflation play out in terms of the consumer and its behavior over the next 6 to 12 months? The New York Fed Consumer Survey was very interesting. Its 1-year look ahead inflation outlook was 6.5%, which is the highest on record as far back as when the data was collected, Michael. And so I'm wondering, as the longer this is embedded in the consumer mindset, how much more damaging is that instead of just one headline number in any given month?
Yeah, that's a critical point, Melissa. So does this become part of the consumer psyche? Do people with jobs that I really should negotiate?
Was just talking about in-phase. In-phase, we got our first full month of benefit in the month of March, first month.
One thing we've been considering and talking to our economics team about quite a bit is what is the inflation run rate, let's say, toward the end of this year? If it's still 4% plus, it's pretty dangerous for the Fed. The Fed wants to get that number sub 3 and really to set a pretty good path for inflation that's 23. So it's very, very concerned about this becoming really a reinforcing loop. It does not want that at all. That's the very bad scenario for the Fed.
I spoke to you.
Snow, he mentioned snow? Okay.
Sometime mid-March,
Snowflake?
end of March timeframe, Michael, and at that time you said
Snowflake, yeah, higher lows. Snowflake looks good.
And it feels like a very different picture at this point.
All right, so we had a brief little short covering bounce there on the FANG stocks. They've since faded that little bounce.
Impact on the economy could be more like a hammer as opposed to your grit metaphor.
Let's hope it's grit and it's not a hammer. When you hammer things, they tend to break. So I prefer to stick with the grit metaphor for now. But it's interesting that if you're the Fed, you run the risk of going a little bit slowly and hoping things work out well, or taking the hammer to it and saying odds are we overshoot, but at least we'll stem the chance of a really bad problem down the road. And I think the jury's still out on this one. There are a number of people at the Fed that really like to go with the hammer approach. It's not clear to us that Jay Powell's among them. And Jay Powell's going to drive that bus. When you think about the Fed governors, and Governor Waller is one, I think it's very, very likely the case they'll follow Powell's lead. So the Chairman Powell says, you know what? Get this Schumacher guy over Wells Fargo, no more grit, we have to take the hammer out. Then I think they go that way, but I'm not convinced he's quite ready to go there yet. So we'll stay with grit, maybe a little bit of the unpleasant oil that gets in there, but we're not going to the hammer quite yet.
I guess the real hope is that we don't need the hammer. Mike, can you just stand by for just a minute? We want to get the results of the 10-year note auction, just went up for auction. Rick Santelli is tracking the action of the CME. Rick.
Yes, Melissa Lee, it was not pretty. We're talking 34 billion reopened 10s, so we'll call it 9-year, 10-month. The yield at the Dutch auction, 2.72%, about 4 basis points above where the one-issue market was trading. Pricing was messy. D-, dog minus is the grade, and there really weren't any internals that looked very good. The bid to cover was weak, the indirects were weak. The only thing that even matched up with the 10 auction average was direct bidders at 17%. Dealers took nearly 19%, the biggest amount since April of last year. Just not a pretty auction. And you can see, looking at the charts, that we popped on yields, sold off right after the results were out, and everybody's probably scratching their head. Why? We had a big concession today. Yields were going down. I had resistance at 2.82% in tens. Other technicians did as well. But this goes to show you that many investors just thought that it didn't pay to be aggressive in this auction and catch that falling knife, despite the fact that even though we reached all inflation targets this morning, basically, so you could say the whisper number was high. The reality is that the worst number of the month in consumer price index is in the rearview mirror, and traders took a bit of a breather, but not a big enough breather to jump into the pool of buying these tens. Back to you.
Very good. I love Rick Santelli. Guy is really, really good.
To you, and I do want to ask you about what you see for yield, because you say you see an inversion and a pretty big one at the end of
TNX.
the year.
We do, and the curve inverted for a little bit, and we're talking about the difference between the 2-year and 10-year. Now, if you blinked, you missed it, because it's positively sloped again, but the reason we think it's going to invert is because we do think the Fed's going to hike pretty aggressively and fairly soon, and that's going to push up short-term rates. 2 years.
TNX is off. TNX is off 2.2%.
So think about the 10-year, 30-year, that part of the market. We think that's going to be limited to some degree by low rates elsewhere, and also by what I would call a global shortage of long-duration bonds. So when you put it all together, Melissa, what you get from our perspective is at the end of the year, let's say, 2-year Treasury yield probably ranging from low threes, maybe 350, 360, something like that. And 10-year Treasury, I would say 250, 260.
10-year yield starting to bounce a little bit.
Probably not too much. So that difference becoming great once again, it really is driven by the Fed acting pretty aggressive.
All right, Michael, great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Michael Schumacher with Wells Fargo. Meantime, stocks shrugging off the surge in inflation, but well off session highs, with the S&P and Nasdaq trying to snap a 2-day losing streak.
10-year yield pushing higher. Watching VIX as well. VIX kind of mirroring what we're seeing on the 10-year.
MAI Capital Management. Chris, good to see you. First of all, just an overall markets question. So let's say we saw the peak in inflation. What does that mean for the markets if inflation remains stubbornly high anyway?
Well, Melissa, it's good to be with you again. I'd say the quote-unquote peak of inflation is about a consensus view as you can have right now. And that's not a tough call because oil was so high in March and it's clearly going to and has been coming down. But I think the more important point, and Mike touched on this, is what the long end does versus the short end. And we're more constructive than Mike. I think that we don't get an
10-year yield.
And that we look at the 3-month.
That's TNT, TLT.
Slope. And even if we get 200, 250 on.
How did I get that there?
We're
All right,
actually
so
happy to see the long end, approaching 3, because again, that means we can avoid the inversion. So I would say all eyes are on the long end of the curve these days.
When you say 200 and 250, are you including the impact of balance sheet runoff?
I'm not, and I think that's good. But if you really think about it, the fact that we had, the QE, that actually made Fed funds lower than the printed number now. So now we're about even. I think that the QT, the tightening, the balance sheet runoff, will actually force the long end higher. Which, again, look, nobody loves higher interest rates, but boy, we sure hate an inverted curve. And I think QT can actually help solve the inverted curve problem as well. So we're somewhat constructive on the second half of the year.
I want to get to your stock picks, Chris, and one of them stands out to me, and that's Home Depot. We're entering spring planting season, which should theoretically be.
Yeah, I've been at Home Depot at least
at the same time, we've got high
3 times in the last few days. Home Depot.
Like lumber, for instance, and that will impact that part of the business, which is a big part for Home Depot. How do you sort of view this whole mix?
Well, so far, Melissa, our channel checks are saying the consumer is paying up. I mean, business is good. It's solid. I'm more concerned about supply constraints. Can't get their hands on everything from tulips for the spring to lumber for the renovations. So that's what we're concerned about. But all our channel checks say higher mortgage rates, at least so far, and it's early, are not having an effect on overall demand. We're pleased about that. And at the same time, these stocks are down. So you can buy a Home Depot at maybe a 15% discount to to where it usually trades in a market that's obviously more expensive than the typical S&P.
Is there a tulip shortage, by the way?
Yeah, we can talk about the next tulip mania crisis. Yeah, I don't want to start one here on TV. So, but seriously, business is good at Home Depot. It's good at Domino's. It's good at Amazon. And these stocks are all trading markedly below their average P's, and they ought not.
For Domino's specifically, do they have the?
All right, the 10-year yield pushing higher. We saw that move in the 10-year from 1.4% up to 3%. From 2016 into 2018, we gained 48% during the time.
Things as prosaic as cheese prices and flour prices
All right, SPY's starting to bounce.
and they have economies of scale. And look, it's going to hurt everybody. But in a commodity business like this, if you're the big one and you can do efficiencies of scale, you'll come out a winner. We think Domino's is exactly like that.
Let's see.
Thanks, Melissa.
Coming up, shares of Paramount are riding a 5-year losing streak, but are actually beating the market so far this year, up 20%. And the top streaming stock year to date. Up next, we'll speak with the head of Paramount Pictures about the media landscape, its box office strategy, and what it takes to stand out in the streaming world. Plus, it is the first week of earnings season, and today we are bringing you the action, the story, and the trade on JP Morgan, Delta Airlines, and Bed Bath & Beyond ahead of tomorrow's AM results. The exchange is back right after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Yeah, I'm always doing something. Wife has always got me doing something. Tomatoes soon, I guess. Tomatoes soon. All sorts of herbs are growing now. All right, Canadian Natural, bid popping. Canadian Natural, we got the bid squeeze, triggers. All right, Tesla doing its thing. Tesla looks good. Looking at junk bonds. All right, so this is holding on. If we hold this 100 level and start to push back up off of a low reading on RSI on this weekly time frame, that would be good for equities. Right now, most people are thinking very bearish thoughts with good reason. I'm looking at both sides. I don't care. I've been reducing my exposure. Junk bonds, things, high yield corporate, same thing. Okay, currencies. We're looking at the US dollar. US dollar safety trade still underway, trading at $100. The DXY.
Thanks so much, Melissa. And yes, Brian, you are not only CEO of Paramount Pictures and Nickelodeon, but also oversee content. You're Chief Content Officer for film, as well as the Family and Kids division of Paramount Plus. So you have
Costco fading, Walmart fading. Dollar Tree fading. We sold Dollar Tree at the highs. Looking to get back in. Give it a couple of days. Dollar Tree probably give you better entry. What? We've been going to the movies for months and months and months.
It's our biggest opening weekend since 2014. $72 million. We're thrilled with that result. And really, it's because, first of all, our filmmakers delivered a great product. And our marketing and distribution teams did an amazing job marketing it. And quite frankly, there's an amazing synergy going on now between myself and my colleagues at the company, George Teets, who runs CBS, and Chris McCarthy, Cable Networks. The three of us are really working together to unleash the reach of the entire company on our films and our other projects, and that is definitely paying dividends for us.
But in terms of the box office itself, what is your strategy in terms of the amount of...
All right, S&P 500. Let's see, S&P. We need to get above 0 gamma. And let's see, the put wall's at 4,300. Put wall. Okay, I don't like the way this is trading here. I do not like this price action. We got to get back in the upper half of the daily range, or else we're going to move lower.
Since we've been in this pandemic and are still trying to figure out when is it.
Vol trigger 44.75. So we got rejected at the volatility trigger. That's telling you what hedging the institutions are doing.
To release a movie theatrically where COVID had calmed down. We had a nice run at the box office with that, and then that movie went to streaming on day 46 and was really successful for us. The following month, pandemic wasn't so good. We released the Paw Patrol movie. We decided to go day and date with that movie because families wanted choice, whether they would see it, at home or in the theaters. As it turned out, it worked out for us both ways. That movie was successful at the box office, and it was our most successful movie in streaming. Fast forward to this year, we made a decision to hold our release dates for Scream, Jackass, and then Lost City. Each one of those films.
Jackass.
#1 at the box office.
All right, we're starting to form a little rounding bottom here on the S&P.
Paramount Plus on day 46. Both films are performing incredibly well on streaming.
So certainly having that flexibility with how long you leave films in theaters seems like an advantage. But there is another factor going on right now, and that's one we've been talking about on CNBC all day today, and that is inflation. How do you see that impacting not only your own costs when you're producing the films, but also what's going to happen with the audiences? Are they going to stay home and stream on Netflix or Paramount Plus rather than going out and buying a movie ticket?
Well, it certainly had an impact on the cost of making films, right? Like we were just, hearing, the cost of materials is higher, COVID costs are higher, so it definitely has an impact on our production costs. But movies are still such an incredible value. I'm discussing this the other day with my colleagues that, compared to sports or any, theater or any other entertainment value, movies is still a great value. And what I know is people want to leave the house. And they love that communal experience of going to a theater and laughing together and crying together. And when a movie's really great and you're sitting there and you don't want to move and you don't want to look at your phone, there's nothing like it. And Sonic played that way for families this weekend. It was a joy to sit in the theater and watch parents and kids have that experience together and laugh.
So when it comes to the streaming business, though, you're overseeing film and then the family content for Paramount Plus. There's this increasing pressure to invest to compete with the likes of not just Netflix and Disney Plus, but also with this new combination of Discovery and Warner Brothers, which just started trading together yesterday. How do you think about investing more in content? Do you need to be spending more? Or do you need to think about maybe bringing those films to the streaming service faster?
Well, we're very focused on our franchise strategy, right? And if you look at the impact of the theatrical releases on streaming, they perform amazing. So we're taking advantage of the big theatrical marketing campaign and seeing it have an impact on Paramount Plus. Where before we only used to look at the value of a theatrical film in the traditional waterfall, we're now able to go, here's the traditional waterfall, theatrical, home video, pay TV, free TV. And now we add on our own SVOD service to that. The impact these films are having on our SVOD service has been enormous. So it's a big benefit when we look at the decision whether to greenlight a movie or not to have this additional stream of revenue.
When you talk about thinking about all the different revenue streams, I can't help but think about your background, founding Awesomeness TV, the strength of your perspective as someone who's in the digital media space for a long time. Looking now at Web3, are there additional
All right.
opportunities for your business?
Just watching the markets are just chopping around here, not doing anything.
I mean,
All of it, honestly.
SPY's trying to turn back up. S&P's trying to turn back up.
On Roblox 3 weeks ago, and the numbers have been incredible. And it is basically taking our reach with Nick, total reach up.
Jeez.
double
Wow.
in just 3 weeks, including in my own house where my 7-year-old daughter is consuming it like crazy. Same with NFTs. We had our first NFT launches last week of Star Trek and did amazingly well. All of these are incredible opportunities, not only for revenue, but really reach. And reach is so important when you have a franchise strategy and you have brands.
DWAC, Fox joined.
Brian Robbins, thank you so much for talking to us today on the heels of those Sonic the Hedgehog 2 numbers. Melissa, back over to you.
All right, Julia, thank you. Julia Borson, and of course, our thanks to Brian Robbins as well. Still ahead, supply chain challenges, price increases, and making moves on the EV front. We'll hear from Toyota and Hyundai ahead of New York's auto show, plus the 30-year fixed mortgage rate holding above 5%. A look at what that is doing to the refund market. The exchange is back right after this.
Yeah, Fox wound up joining with the Digital World acquisition. All right, Canadian Natural. I really want to hold on to Canadian Natural, but it's just so slow. It's like oil, like sticky oil. Canadian Natural is barely budging here. All right, we're up 3.5%. It's decent, I guess. I might take this off though. Canadian Natural. I'm going to take it off at the highs. Probably look at something else. Canadian Natural. I'm going to take profits on Canadian Natural at the high of the day. Canadian Natural sold at the high of the day. I sold Canadian Natural at the high of the day, almost plus 2.5, plus $2.49. I've been in this for 10 days. Can't seem to get any. It's probably going to break out now that I sold it, but that's okay for you if you're still in it. I took it off. I just kind of, again, I'm trying to reduce my exposure to equities. I want to get it down to 60% by Thursday at the close, hopefully. So CNQ is one of those names that I had in my retirement account that I'm now out of with a profit. So that's good. My plan for the last 3 weeks has been take profits into strength. This run up that took 12 days from the low on March 14th up to that high, I was very aggressive in here, very aggressive. I went from like 60% in a few days to 79% equity exposure, individual stocks in particular. All the while, S&P has been doing this kind of price action. Look at the price action here on the pullback over the last 10 trading days from this high here 2 weeks ago on Wednesday, that pullback. Look at that, 10 days lower. Now look at SPHD. Look at SPHD in the same time frame. Past 10 trading days, it's just continued to move higher. So I've been putting money in cash and money in SPHD. Bought some yesterday. It pays a dividend at the end of the month, every month. Same with DHS. I think they pay on the 20th or something like that. Roll that into shares. But I'm watching for a bounce here. So I've been collecting more cash and reducing my exposure. We're going into earnings season. It'd be great if the banks report not as bad earnings as expected. That would be nice.
French forensic investigators have joined the effort to verify the death toll. Ukrainian officials hope the foreign experts will help refute Russian claims that its troops have committed no war crimes. Back in Oklahoma, Governor Stitt has signed a bill into law that criminalizes nearly all abortions. Performing the procedure will be a felony, punishable by up to 10 years in prison. The law is set to go into effect in August, but will face legal challenges. On the news tonight with Shep Smith, what the Oklahoma law means for other efforts to ban abortions and the upcoming abortion.
XLY consumer discretionary is up
at 7 o'clock.
a little more than 1.5%.
The federal agency predicts gas prices will fall significantly in the second and third quarters of the year. The EIA expects regular gas will average.
All right, CNQ out of that.
Still an 8-year high after you adjust for inflation. Melissa, back to you.
Tyler, thank you. Still ahead, JP Morgan, Delta, and Bed Bath & Beyond all set to report results in the options market, signaling some pops. We've got the action, the story, and the trade earnings exchange. It's next.
All right, AMC selling covered calls in this higher volatility environment. If you're picking up premium, like with Riot was over 150%. It's down to 100%. AMC high implied volatility selling. I like to sell for that income trade. AMC is at 137%. So this little fade over the last 10 trading days, being cushioned by the covered calls I've been selling. That's got my cost basis down below 15 on AMC. Looking for a bounce. This one's been a pretty decent income trade candidate. AMC. Every time it pops, I start to sell more covered calls. When it starts to drop off, I'm watching for a bounce in this area, AMC. If it does, I'll take those covered calls up. I'm up over 50%, so I'm happy with that. I'll just keep doing it over and over and over until AMC breaks, does something different. AMC just keeps chopping around here. I like selling covered calls for the last 10, 12 weeks. From this level at 22.50 down to 13, back and forth. While I'm holding on to shares, I'm selling covered calls. As it drifts back down to the bottom part of this range, I'll take those off. SPY is starting to test the lows again. VIX is popping. Okay, folks, I need to take a couple of minute break. I need to make a sandwich and I need to make something for my son for lunch. I'll be back in maybe 10 minutes, okay?
Welcome back to the exchange. We are back with earnings exchange as results ramp up today. We are taking a look at three names that could shed some light on the state of the economy. First up, JP Morgan. It is the worst performing big bank this year, down 16%. Rising rates generally expected to be a positive for the financials, but a slowdown in investment banking activity and exposure to Russia could prove to be headwinds. Leslie Picker is here with the story on JPM. Todd Gordon's got the trade. He's the founder of New Age Wealth Advisors and a CNBC contributor. Leslie, what should we be expecting? Okay, Melissa. Yeah, so this is the first of the big U.S. universal banks to report. So lots of things to dig apart here. As KBW noted in a recent report, JP Morgan's earnings release is the most anticipated of the group, actually, given uncertainty around FIC, that's their fixed income currencies and commodities group, trading results in general, and commodities and counterparty risk specifically. Remember, JP Morgan was the largest counterparty in that Chinese nickel producer short squeeze that took place last month. Diamond said in his annual letter a few weeks ago that the firm could lose about $1 billion due to its Russia exposure, but didn't really detail where those losses would stem from. Another big wild card just for earnings among the banks in general is capital markets volatility and the impact on areas like underwriting and trading. And that's something that JP Morgan could be a bellwether for when we see their results come out tomorrow. But as you mentioned, it's definitely faced some pressure in recent weeks, in particular, over concerns about that FIC group, its Russia exposure, and basically any unknowns that could come from Q1 results, Melissa.
Todd, the setup seems pretty good for JP Morgan in that it's down so much going into earnings.
Yes, Melissa. We hold it. We've reduced our holdings, and I am looking to add back on. I haven't certainly given up on it. As Leslie just said, the trading will be certainly important across the three asset classes. Then you look at equity trading; that'll be key. And then also look at the investment banking side. As tech valuations have come in, their IPO business will, probably come under pressure as well. And obviously, commodity exposure in Russia. But look, JP's got a great history of beating earnings. I think 17 of the last 20 quarters were a beat. They're fairly priced, 1.5 times book, 3% yield. As I said, I hold it in our portfolio. We started about 2 3/4 the end of last year. We cut it down to 1%. If we can hold, about this 132, which is the 200-week moving average, about 130, I would be looking to add. And actually, despite what you said, Melissa, JP has fallen out of favor. But just in the last couple of weeks, we're starting to see a little bit of outperformance in JP compared to their big peers. We got to see what happens on the lending side. We saw it happen with consumer credit. So they're going to have to thread the needle on this report. There's a lot of factors at work.
All right, next up, Delta Airlines rebound in travel demand not helping shares down 21% in the past year as rising jet fuel costs and labor shortages caused problems for the industry at large. CNBC.com Airlines reporter Leslie Josephs got the story on Delta. Leslie, what are you looking for?
Well, we are expecting another loss, and that's not much of a surprise. Delta had said this earlier in the quarter. Every airline started this year with Omicron sidelining thousands of employees, causing flight delays and things like that. Getting later into the first quarter, they had this huge spike in jet fuel, and that's the airline's biggest cost after labor. So we're expecting another loss. Revenue is supposed to jump almost double from more than double rather from last year. So the demand is there and the costs are rising alongside it.
Todd, transports as a group have been terrible of late. I think they're down 13% since the end of March. So Delta in particular, do you like this one?
I don't, because I don't own any of the airlines. I don't like the fundamentals behind them. JP Morgan, ironically, just came out with positive comments saying they might be able to expand their margins. But look, you look at the performance of airlines, and Delta has not offered any outperformance relative to the S&P since 2016. Airlines are still not back in terms of filling seats to their pre-pandemic levels. I think there's better ways to play the reopening. Government regulation is still a drag. They're making employees and travelers wear the mask. They're trying to lift it. You look at what JetBlue just said. Last week, they cut 20% of their flights. They're trying to pay flight attendants to show up. Alaska's trimming flights to train new pilots. And the big question is, what impact will crude oil have on Delta? They don't hedge fuel prices. The way they're hedged is with fuel surcharges. So we'll see how effective that is. Delta did invest in their own refinery about 10 years ago. It was hard for them to make any money. They've tried to hedge in futures, and they reportedly lost about $4 billion. So I think the big thing will be the fuel charge, fuel costs in this earnings report. I won't touch it.
Leslie, airlines have always been able to have a fuel surcharge, and people in general have been willing to pay that. And so I'm wondering if the airlines' problem really is that labor issue, not being able to get those airplanes staffed up if they're having to cut capacity. They're actually being constrained in how much they can make simply because they can't staff up those planes.
Right, and you think back to 2 years ago when we were the traffic low during the pandemic for travel. Now we're 87,000 2 years ago. Now we're over 2 million. They're trying to staff up as much as possible. The bailout prevented the airlines from laying any money off, but they did urge plenty of workers, tens of thousands of them, to take buyouts. Delta's among those airlines. It's kind of like throwing out your sweaters in July and then not having anything to wear in the winter. So airlines are quickly trying to staff up as fast as they can, especially that pilot shortage. We're seeing regionals particularly having to scale back capacity, and that's affecting the majors in that way. But people are ready to travel. We have data from Adobe today showing that fares last month were up 20%, so that inflation is there, and so far travelers are willing to pay. And Delta's commentary last month at the JPM conference, they said they are able to pass a lot of that fuel along to customers in the form of higher fares or fuel surcharges. That's for international travel on certain routes. But so far we are seeing those fares coming up, and tickets are getting gobbled up alongside of it.
All right, Leslie, thank you. Leslie Joseph. And a quick programming note here. Delta CEO Ed Bastian will join Squawk Box in an exclusive interview tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, following the earnings release. Do not miss that. And finally, we get to Bed Bath & Beyond. The retailer down 36% in the past year. Bank of America today calling the company one of its, quote, top underperform ideas for 2022, with options implying an 18% move and a 22% short interest. Things could get interesting tomorrow morning. By the way, that's a move of plus or minus 18% in the options market. Courtney Reagan's got the story here on BBBY. Court.
Yeah, well, so before we sort of look at the stock chart action, which admittedly has been a little messy for a number of reasons, let's talk about the fundamentals. So Bed Bath & Beyond is in the middle of this turnaround strategy led by CEO Mark Tritton. Remember, he came from Target. People were really jazzed up about the idea of him introducing private label brands to increase margins and sort of reinvigorate interest at this company. The private brands are there. The sales are not so much yet. The company is forecasting those comp sales to fall in the high single digits here. And this is in a subsector, home furnishings, that's actually doing pretty well. Of course, we all know we were at home and we refurnished and we redecorated, and that continues even despite some inflation in this category. So then if you look at the stock chart, you see this bump that happened last month, and that's because Ryan Cohen got involved. Of course, Ryan Cohen had a very big involvement, or has a big involvement with GameStop, is the current chairman, so he's got a lot of retail interest and traders behind him. Bed Bath & Beyond was also one of these Reddit plays earlier on when all of that frenzy was really taking shape. So some of what we've seen in the stock price move is because of the involvement of Ryan Cohen, and Bed Bath & Beyond responded very quickly, in fact, adding 3 board directors after Cohen's involvement in a very short period of time. One thing that Cohen wants is Bed Bath & Beyond to look at spinning out Bye Bye Baby. However, he thinks it's much more valuable than some of the analysts on the street do. So I'm wondering if Bed Bath & Beyond doesn't have to give us a little bit more nitty-gritty details about that silo of the business and what it might be worth tomorrow when we hear more in-depth earnings. But this one's been kind of a messy one. The turnaround just hasn't taken hold yet.
Todd, is there a fundamental story there for you? I mean, a compelling one, enough for you to invest in it?
No and no, Melissa. Courtney just did a really good, thorough report on that. I wouldn't touch this with our investor money. This is a meme stock. I'll make a comparison on that in a sec. I mean, I think they're looking for 3 cents a share. That's a 90% drop from the same quarter last year. They're battling online retailers, Amazon and others. They're trying to do their own digital strategy in this turnaround. They are facing supply chain bottlenecks, potentially strained customer. They are still pulling back from that Ryan Cohen pop when he bought 9% and change of the company.
All right, seeing a little weakness here, and SPY pushing back down, giving back all the gains from today.
Fund money. This is not investment as far as I'm concerned. And as Courtney said, they're trying to spin off the Bye Bye Baby. Cohen thinks that it's worth more. The market capitalization is worth more if they spin it off. Their Loop Ventures came out and just said no. Strongly disagree with that. They face the same issues: higher staffing, input costs. It's going to pressure margin. But the stock isn't trading on fundamentals. It's a meme stock. And again, I just want to qualify this. I would not put this in client portfolios, Melissa. I might trade it. I mean, you know me from when I was a younger, crazy trader. But if you want a meme stock, look at GME. It looks actually a little bit better if you want to kind of trade it up through 190 and technical resistance. But unless you're trading this long term and investing in a
Hold on here. Okay, I like how you break into earnings exchange and sneak in GME because you know I'm going to bite on that one. You're saying GME is a better investment than BBBY right now?
No, trade.
Trade, better
No,
trade.
trade.
Okay.
A definite trade. Yeah, if you want to get your technical crayons, anybody at home, just put up a chart of GME. You can just draw a trend line right across the top. It actually just kind of bumped up against it. I kind of wish this whole meme stock thing would go away so investors can stay focused on what matters in here. But if you must trade, do it with small money, do it with options up through 190. It might get going again.
I know. We see the fine print, Todd, on that one. Thank you. And thank you, Courtney Reagan. Todd Gordon of New Age. Still ahead, the upcoming New York Auto Show is promising to be electric as the major automakers make big moves into EVs. We'll catch up with a few executives ahead of the big show next. And during April, we are celebrating Financial Literacy Month and featuring some of our CNBC contributors. Here's Josh Brown.
Financial literacy to me means freedom. The freedom to choose how we want to live our lives, what we want to spend our money on, how we want to prioritize enjoying today versus being prepared for tomorrow. The more you understand about how banks work, how credit works, how long-term investing works, the difference between trading and investing, money in general, the more freedom you'll end up with. That's why it's so important that people take this seriously.
I'm here with you. I'm just eating lunch. All right, so this kind of fade just continues to smack of institutions selling into strength, reducing their exposure. That's what I've been doing. I've been reducing my exposure over the last 3 weeks. Very aggressive trading 3 weeks ago into the highs Tuesday 2 weeks ago, where I was starting to scale back. I had realized I'd gotten too much exposure to equities. The next day, we pulled back a little bit. I shifted from 79% equity exposure. I'm currently at 66%. I'm trying to get it down to 60% by Thursday.
The National Auto Show kicks off this Friday, and the spotlight is on electric vehicles and inflation. CNBC's Phil LeBeau's in New York City with that story. Hi, Phil.
Hey, Melissa, there are going to be a lot of EVs on display at the New York Auto Show. But for executives who are here, the big conversation point is inflation, particularly what we're seeing with new vehicle prices. Look, the average transaction price, according to Kelley Blue Book, in March was almost $46,000, up almost 13% year over year. Now, it's a couple $100 off of the all-time high, but it raises the question, will it go even higher? Here's what a couple of executives had to tell us today.
Unfortunately, I don't believe prices have yet peaked. Raw materials, steel, aluminum, cobalt, lithium, everything's continuing to escalate. And manufacturing vehicles is a low margin environment. So unfortunately, the way I see it is manufacturers are going to have no choice but to pass these costs on.
As long as we see more demand than supply, I think we're going to continue to see high prices.
Take a look at shares of Toyota and Hyundai.
both of the executives we talked with, Bob Carter and Jose Munoz, said, look, we don't think the chip shortage is going to end anytime soon.
All right, we're about to fill the gap here. About to fill the gap now.
And so as you look at all of the automakers and some of the big three, look at their shares and what they've done in the last year, keep in mind that inflation, Melissa, is really going to be the pain point that they're feeling over the remainder of this year. Yes, demand is there. Yes, they can pass this along to the consumer. But the question becomes, at what point does the consumer say, enough? Demand destruction starts to kick in. Nobody's expecting that in the next couple of quarters, maybe by early 23 if things don't change. Melissa, back to you.
Phil, thanks. Phil LeBeau at the New York Auto Show. Coming up, the 30-year mortgage rate is now at 5.25%. The impact on demand and what history has to tell us about where the housing market could be heading. Next.
So you just heard that 5.25%, 5.25% on the 30-year mortgage rate. So if you refinanced or got your mortgage down below 3%, which I was able to do as well, you're doing fairly well. If you're trying to move, you're gonna have to pay those extra rates. It's still a lot of building going on around us. A lot of apartments. Several miles away. A lot of people moving down here from New Jersey and New York and blue states. All right, so we're just about ready to fill the gap here and seeing a little bit of short covering before we get to 440. All right, Tilray continues to fade as well. Tilray has been fading all day. Some of you are short Tilray. Either you're long puts on Tilray or you have shorts. This one looks like it's headed for $5. Looks like it's headed for $5. Tilray. Okay, so it's down here at 625. That went green to red on Tilray. I don't see any reason to trade this one, so I would be short. I wouldn't be short down here at the low. I'd be short at rejection, at highs, at supply. Okay, I have to make a call here. I'll put you guys on mute for a sec. All right, so looks like 18 months have passed since we started the business in Myrtle Beach. So I just got off the phone with the local cable provider. They're converting everything to fiber, so that'll help for another 18 months. Not bad. Very nice rate. So I'm very happy with that. So done with New Jersey's cable companies. The service was awful. The throughput was awful. They were giving away during the COVID crisis, of course, they were giving everybody free cable, but that has impacted people that were paying. Businesses were paying, and they're severely. If you remember, when I was still in New Jersey, we're having disruptions, constantly losing our stream and stuff. That had to do with cable. I don't know what it's like now for those of you still up there in the Northeast, but down here, man, great service. And only every so often we get a little sunspot or something that we drop connection. Very seldom. Really loving the solar panels. N-phase. I have N-phase solar panels, and micro inverters. All of my equipment is N-phase. March was the first full month where we could compare to last year, and my electricity costs were 50% of what they were last year. Now with South Carolina, in this particular area, you cannot do 100%. They won't give you 100% credit. In other words, you can't just totally erase your electric bill. There's there's some stipulation where you get charged a minimum amount, whatever. But it still looks good. Instead of having $200 a month, it's down to $100 a month. And this is, starting to the cooling systems are starting to kick in now. Still had a really good March, April, May, and June and July. Things really get peak output. All right, that's VIX still moving higher, SPY still moving lower. So anyway, I'm not putting much mental energy into the pullback right now. We faded. We're up 40 something handles. We faded that entire move. We filled the gap. Most likely, the bears are getting more emboldened by this kind of price action. Okay, frankly, I'm not very happy with the way we faded this. We told you at the highs. Frank took puts at the high of the day. We told you that we would be looking for similar price action that we saw over these last 10 trading days, where we'd have buyers come in, push prices higher, and they would sell into strength. So another reason why I've been very aggressive in selling this 50% retracement is 4,400. That's from this February 24th low and March 14th low up to this high. That's 50% at 4,400. So many of you looking for 4,400, looking for buyers to step up. I'd actually be interested in calls if this didn't look so ugly right now. What are the FANG stocks doing? So those faded. FANG stocks faded. So there's no follow through there. So it looks like we still don't have that C pivot. So we've been looking for that C pivot on an Elliott wave up. Instead, what we've got is what Russell is thinking is a dead cat bounce. Could very well be that. We're down 4.9% from this pivot high 2 weeks ago. Tuesday, we hit that level, pulled back, bounced on Friday and Monday, and then faded again as they sold into strength. So there's something they don't like. Maybe it's the volatility in the bond market. Bond market VIX is at the 2020 highs. We talked about that yesterday. And in the weekend video, we share with you that chart of the MOVE index, which is the bond VIX, basically. We're up here at the 2020 highs. The 2020 highs are up there. Let me just turn this off here. Let me turn this. Okay. So this 2020 high over here was met with, you can see where bond volatility shot to the highs. And then right behind that was the what we're seeing right now, which is this was taken 2 days ago on the weekend. We saw the equity volatility catch up and run right back up underneath. That's what it did over here in 2020. So right now, looking like that could replay, right? Now, do remember that we had a big reversal and we had the bear one of the shortest bear markets ever. We dropped February 21st into the Monday 24th of February. COVID hit. We dropped into February, what was it, February 9th or the 29th? I forget which. Anyway, we had a very short-lived bear market, and this reversed. Okay, so we're looking for something similar. Hopefully we don't get that kind of volatility, but this morning, Brent updated us on what he was seeing in Treasury futures. All right, so there's been a 15% drawdown in Treasury futures noted by Sentiment Trader, something that has happened only twice before since 1990. We think this likely pressures the estimated 500 billion in risk parity volatility targeting strategies. So that's pressuring that volatility. And as a result, we're seeing this weakness that we can't seem to let go of presently. So this C pivot hasn't confirmed yet. 50% retracement from this low on A, March the 9th, March the 14th, up to that beginning of April, that pivot 2 weeks ago, Tuesday, we pivoted down. Now we're looking for a CD wave higher. We have yet to see it. I thought we might have it this morning. We didn't have it yet, so we got negated. Until this prints, maybe at the closing print. That's why we call the site the closing print. You know, I'm not really concerned what's going on intraday. We trade it, but I'm not really concerned about it until we see the close. That way we can determine what our next course of action is. NIMO. We got the, looks like, let me see ES here real quick before I leave this conversation. All right, so we have been positive deltas, which is really weird. The ES has shown positive deltas all day, though it did fade. It was at 15,000 and changes, at plus 5,000 right now. We're starting to see some supply at 4407, futures 4407. If we get through 4407, we could see a pretty quick move back up to the highs. Okay, just be aware of it. All right, because deltas are starting to turn up again. All right, deltas are starting to turn up again. We could see a quick rip to the highs. All right, so gets through supply, we can blast higher. Watch SPY here. Supply. I might buy some calls actually for Friday. I'm going to buy some calls down here. A little risky for Friday. What's today? Tuesday? Oh, for Thursday, rather. All right. SPY calls. Maybe I'll buy a couple here. Out of the money, just lottos. Lottos. I'm going to buy some lotto calls here. We're looking like we're going to start moving real quick. I'm looking at the futures. Futures look pretty good too. Calls for Thursday. Today is the 12th, 14th. 14th. All right, looks like we could get going here. The 442s look pretty good. I might buy the 442s right here, right now. 442s with a 50-cent stop. Just bought the 442 calls with a 50-cent stop. Yeah. Bought Thursday's SPY 442 calls, 50-cent stop. All right, I might add to that if we zip higher. All right, so what I'm looking at here, I'll share with you. Let me show you real quick what I'm looking at. All right, so just a few minutes ago, we saw Bookmap is showing us that the supply overhead has drifted off. Okay, so here you go. Here is Bookmap futures. You can see right here, futures, Bookmap, that white area overhead at 44.08, that's supply. If we get through that level, we could rip back up to at least 50% retracement, 442. That's the calls they bought. Could get rejected here too. You can see the deltas this morning were plus 15,000 at the high of the day. We faded that. That's where Frank took puts. You can see deltas are now starting to climb again. They're green because they're positive on the day. Yesterday, they were negative most of the day. So this is looking pretty good. I just need to see a follow through. So we'll see what happens. All right, I got 50-cent stop on these calls. So that would be $1.50. If we lose $1.50, I'll be out. SPY. We fill the gap. Fill the gap. All right, deltas is starting to drift a little bit lower now. Okay, so the last 6 to 8 minutes have been shorts covering. Now we're seeing a little profit taking as we bounce. VIX is trying to regain the high of the day. So I got a 50-cent stop. I'm looking for these options to make me at least $1. Okay, so that would be $3 on the 442s for Thursday. 50-cent stop. I'm risking 50 cents for $1. Not feeling super confident in it, but we hit the lows here. We filled the gap, and now I'm just waiting for the evening session. It's after 2 o'clock, so I'm looking for institutions to buy, maybe buy the dip. If it doesn't happen, then I get stopped out. Tesla off the highs of the session. Everything was bullish this morning. All sectors were green. Right now, we've got 80% of sectors are green, 20% are red. Crude oil, small cap energy, metals and mining, semiconductors, and consumer discretionary all showing strength. Builders again today. Junk bonds are higher, so that's a bullish signal. Junk bonds higher. JNK. All right, so this is up on the day, 70.77%. So we want to hold this level and push higher. We want junk bonds to be higher by Thursday. We want to be up near the end of March trading right here. So that would tell me that it's more of a risk-on environment. IWM pulled back. Okay, shooting star or inverted hammer. Okay. LABU is flat on the day. LABU is trying to go green on the day. LABU. Riot, the covered calls that I sold for $5.35 are now $3.73. So I'm up almost $2 on those covered calls. I'd like to see Riot bounce at some point soon. All right, what's Caterpillar and John Deere looking like? They were looking better this morning. Still hasn't gotten above the 21-day. Caterpillar rejected. John Deere fade from the high, but trying to follow through. The fertilizer companies, those are holding the bid just off the highs. Mosaic made a new high. Mosaic making a new high. LXU inside. I'd like that test yesterday of the 21-day I got bought. Looking for LXU to push above 24 tomorrow. A bullish follow-through day tomorrow. I'll probably add to or start LXU. I don't have a position presently. Took profits on Friday. All right, futures are just not doing very much. Just kind of fading from 44.12 down to 44.03. All right, it looks like we might take out the low here. It looks like an H pattern, so I might go ahead and take these calls off if it doesn't work soon. Okay, I'm already off 22 cents. SPY. All right, looking for futures. We got a lot of demand or very large buyers down here. Very large buyers at 4,400. We're trading 4 handles above that level. 4,400 is a very large level. If you look at this, you can see the demand down below. That 4,400 level is pretty large right there. That's where we're just above it right now at 44.03. We're trading right at 44.03. So there's some buyers in here. You can see the pretty big size, 336 contracts. It's up to 405, 410 now. So I'm watching that demand zone or support zone to find some buyers. If it takes it out right here, right now, we're starting to drift down to that level. If we drop below 4,400, that'll mean that I'll probably stop out of these calls. Looking for a bounce. Deltas continue to fade from those highs that we put in about 207. All right, we're at this level now. We should see some buyers. If we don't, we're going to drop down through this level. Okay, all right, we're dropping below 4,400. All right, so a lot of activity right here. A lot of activity. Buying volume is picking up. Buying volume is picking up on the futures right here as we test 4,400. Buying volume is coming in. Lots of buyers coming in. Looking for a bounce. VIX is at the highs, so somebody's going to win this. All right, so we're below 4,400 now. Trying to get deltas to rise. That buying volume was probably shorts covering. Okay, making a new low here, so I'm probably going to take these calls off. All right, I'm going to take these calls off. They're not working. All right. Too bad. That looked like a good trade. All right. VIX at the highs. VIX making a new high here, 215. All right, SPY still dropping off. Okay, I'm out of those calls. All right, that didn't work. Futures continues to fade below that 4,400 level. So the bears are in control. It was a counter trend trade that didn't work. We're at 4,400. That's 50% retracement. So maybe they start to bounce it here. Bastards, they're going to bounce this right here. Yeah, they've been selling strength for 7 of the last 10 trading days. They sold strength. The only exception were these 2 days here, Friday and Monday, and then again this level here on Thursday last week. Friday we dojied 3 days in a row. So they keep showing weakness. All right, so I have QID. All right, QID. Yeah, both of those. Yeah, classic and literally. Those two words drive me crazy when people, they're overused. All right, watching for buyers here. Okay, they took out the stops underneath yesterday's low. Now what do? Need to see a follow through for confirmation. Hey, what's up?
Your shotgun doesn't have rifling, right?
Shotgun?
Yeah.
What do you need with my shotgun?
Does it have rifling or not?
Get out of here.
Does it?
Get out of here.
Because
Don't touch my shotgun. Remember last time you shot it, you hurt your shoulder. You didn't like that, right? No, don't fly out of your hand.
is the barrel rifled?
Well, don't stick your head over there and try to see it. Get out of here. Why don't you go ride the bike again?
No, thank you.
Get some more exercise. All right, so we're starting to see signs of maybe a push higher. If we get above that pivot that we just put in a few minutes ago, look for the S&P to this little pivot right here. This little pivot went to the market. This little pivot stayed home. This little pivot had roast beef, and this little pivot had none. Higher lows. Note RSI, SPY, bullish divergence. All right, we had a bullish divergence here. All right, so watch this. There's no hurry. I might take those calls again. I've already lost 40 cents on that trade. So if this bullish divergence does play out, look at what happened yesterday, okay? We were down here at the lows, made a lower low, and then this morning we gapped up. We faded that entire move. So they just keep selling into strength. All right, Tesla's at the lows here. What?
This fits in the brass barrel.
That's
that
a
you have.
410.
I know. It does fit in the barrel that we have.
What's your obsession with blowing things up now?
But the rim doesn't get caught.
Okay, why don't you go play piano?
So
Leave the door open so I can hear you.
Can we go to like Home Depot?
I have things to do after work today. Dude, I have to watch what I'm doing. I'm broadcasting, okay? Talk to me after 4 o'clock.
Here, can we go to Lowe's and Home Depot?
Not today. Okay, so no cavalry yet. No cavalry. Sitting down here, S&P. All right, VIX is at the highs. Oh, okay. All right, we're still seeing weakness here. VIX is at the highs. There's a really thin volume here on the futures. Futures very thin volume. All right. Very low volume. Futures, very low volume. Not seeing a whole lot. It's starting to pick up a little bit. We got to get above 44.02. Get above 44.02. This thing could rip higher. Fed reducing their balance sheet. All these things having an impact. Puts working well. Congratulations, Frank. I have to leave here again today, and tomorrow I have to leave at 3:40. That puts me over to pick up my daughter at 4:15. It's like 30, 35 minutes from here, North Myrtle Beach. SPY. Let's see what SPY looks like here. SPY. Yeah, they're all three time frames that I'm watching. 5 minute, 30 minute, and the 60 minute. 5 minute, 30 minute, 60 minute, and the daily are all on sell signals right now on SPY. I do have QID. Bought that at the close yesterday, QID. Okay, QID is back above the highs. I bought it over here yesterday after 3 o'clock, QID. Okay, bullish engulfing candle on QID. The Q's not giving me any indication of any kind of strength yet. You got a bearish engulfing candle after a pretty big bearish day yesterday. Over the last 10 trading days, only 2 did not see selling into strength. Over the last 10 trading days, only 2 was not met with selling into strength at the highs. Only had 2 days where that wasn't the case. So until that character changes and we stop, well, I thought today was going to be one of those days. Until we see that, we can see we're about to drop into a reverse Kirby here. Reverse Kirby would bring us back to 317, potentially, not guaranteed. So 317 is a possibility with the 10-year yield moving higher. A lot of people pointing to weakness in growth expected. A 10-year yield got a nice little pop there and then a fade. We got JP Morgan with earnings tomorrow. Goldman Sachs, PNC, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, Bank of America, all on deck. VIX is at the highs. Safety trade. DXY. GLD, Silver 2. GDX, JNUG. Safety trades, all of those working. Watching Costco. Costco dipped again after a nice rip this morning. Costco could come down to the 21-day in this consolidation zone.
Promise to expand trade and reduce barriers according to the USTR.
If you didn't hear the conversation I had earlier about Peter Zihan, in the social channel, I posted a video earlier this morning. If you're concerned about China and how the impact in the aging population will have over the world economies, about strength in military and how all the saber rattling doesn't mean a whole lot. Chinese estimates of its population were vastly overestimated, and that's their own data, vastly over exaggerated. Peter covers that in a commentary about China. It's titled "Why China Will Fade Away," literally. This is not a xenophobic thing or anything like that. It's just what comments he made, and the data that it backs it up with is pretty enlightening, especially if you're trading or doing anything related to China. You do yourself a favor and watch those videos. At least you enlighten yourself, and you can debate whether or not you agree with the premises. But guy's a genius, basically, but very articulate. I found them very useful. He's got one that deals with the Ukraine-Russia situation, and several others that are really good. Do yourself a favor, watch a few of them after the close today. All right, SPY still drifting lower. Still drifting lower. Okay, I have QID. I'm looking for that to continue higher. QID. Probably add to that. Probably add to it. Potentially, if the Qs continue down to those March 14th lows, we could see QID at 23. So that's about $4, $3.50 to $4 on QID. Qs. The opposite of this trade is the Qs are pushing back down to that March 14th low. Weakness persists as the 10-year continues higher. So the Qs running into this reverse Kirby now, back down to support. All right, VIX continues to thrust higher. All right, we're sitting on S1 right here. SPY is sitting on S1.
NYMEX natural gas made futures settle at $6.68.
Shorts covering, SPY shorts covering. VIX is starting to trail. Seeing a little profit taking at the highs. VIX. All right, so SPY starts to bounce here. Needs to get above this pivot I put in at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, we started to see a spike right there. Started to move higher. We filled the gap. RSI making a higher low. RSI making a higher low. SPY making a lower low. At some point, this is going to matter. This divergence, if RSI starts to move higher, watch for SPY to reverse. Yeah. It's unfortunately it's the politicians. You know, the people. My wife is Russian. She's nothing like the politicians over there. You know, the things that are going on. If it was just up to the people, I think we'd live in a much better, more peaceful world. You know, it's unfortunate that the politicians do whatever they do. You know, so I really have no opinion on, at least nothing that I would, you know, it matters about trading anyway. Um, about what's going on. I mean, we know how it affects certain industry groups like aerospace and defense and oil and wheat and stuff like that. So while we are trading those changes in trends and sentiment, you know, it has nothing to do with the people. The people are suffering all around the world. It's not just Ukraine. You know, so what I talk about is not, it never has anything to do with the people of these countries. It has to do with the politicians and the decisions that they make. So please never take anything I say as any kind of insult, because that's not me. I think you know that by now. It's not my style. Not my style. Anyway, just sitting here watching price action. They sold. We were up 44 handles. I can't believe it. We sold all of that. I can believe it actually. For the last 10 trading days, 7 of the last 10 trading days, we sold into strength. Until that character changes, you cannot assume that the trend has truly reversed. I'm talking about that C to D pivot or C to D leg that we're looking to push higher. So all right.
Futures settle at $104.64 a barrel, up $6.16 or 6.26%.
All right, SPY is trying to start a bullish signal here. SPY trying to give us a bullish signal. I'm watching ready aim fire. SPY watching for potential trade long here. VIX backing off the highs. SPY. Looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce. We got a buy signal on the 5-minute. No follow through yet. Watching SPY. This looks like it might get going here. Looks like we might get going. All right, we got a buy signal on the 5-minute. Still looking good. Got a buy the dip, stop on SPY.
With China being seen increasing intelligence and surveillance satellites as well.
All right, SPY, we got a buy signal here. Buy signal on the 5-minute, SPY. SPY. Okay, so I'm looking at this buy signal on SPY right here. Looking at this buy signal that's showing up right here. Okay, so I'll share this with you. What I'm looking at on SPY, this is a buy signal right here. All right, ready, aim, fire. And the bottom panel, you can see that fired, that green, that magenta line. You can also see Grover's script in the upper panel, giving us a buy the dip. You can see a stop at 438.34. Top left, you can see that yellow signal right there. It says buy the dip, stop 438.34. All right, so buying those calls here, looking like it might work. VIX backing off. All right, get everybody short, and then they reverse it. Get everybody short. Okay. Looking for a push. We got an hour and 15 minutes to go. Hour and 13 minutes to go. I have to leave here again today at 3:40 to go pick up my daughter. I trust you won't mind. For those of you who are more new at the game, just follow the skilled traders in the trading room in the last 20 minutes of the trading. Usually the last 20 minutes, it's mostly institutions taking care of imbalances, dealers taking care to make sure that they're neutral at the close. They don't like directional exposure. Dealers are market makers. So if we retrace 50% of this move today, let's see what that looks like. All right, so the morning gap up from this low, we came all the way back through this, so that really doesn't interest me. It's this move here down to the low here, where that takes us. That high, 50% would be right back there at VWAP. Okay, you see that? So this 50% retracement would be right in there. And what I'd be looking for, if this manages to start climbing. Okay, we got a higher low on RSI. A lower low on SPY, so we do have some divergence. Okay. And then this level here, higher lows, and we got lower lows. Divergence again, like yesterday. Looking for this to sprint back to 50%, maybe. Okay. Watching SPY. And you got overhead 382, 50%, and 618. Nice job, Frank. Nice job, Dr. Frank. Looking for VIX to either pop to new highs or fade a bit more. Watching SPY building higher lows. Delta is trying to rise again. If we get deltas to continue this rising, there's really not a whole lot of supply until we hit, let's see what levels here. Wow. Not a lot of supply until we get to 4401, 4402, and then 4410, and then it really tapers off quite a bit. Need deltas to start rising again and following through. Targeting 442. That's the VWAP up there. That's 50%, 618. All right, aggressive buyers starting to show up on futures. Futures starting to see aggressive buyers.
So just a reminder for you, any time between 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Biden visits the POET bioprocessing in Iowa.
ES, we're seeing aggressive buyers. Deltas are rising again. SPY on a buy signal. Nice there. Grover, nice one. Delta's still rising. 4402, there's a little bit of supply there, about 127 contracts. Then we taper off as we move higher. Could see a little lightning move here. Looks like a bear flag. Still considered a bear flag for now. All right, looking for VIX to fade a little bit more. No follow through. Still showing a bear flag. Still showing a bear flag. No follow through. Futures just chopping around here, going sideways for the last 10 minutes, 12 minutes, been sideways. Buyers at 43.92, and then that tapers off up to higher levels. So it looks like a bear flag right now. Looks like a bear flag. All right, SPY taking out the lows here. Looks like we're going to take out the lows. All right, so what time is it? It's a little after 3. A little after 3. VIX starting to spike back up. Aggressive sellers here. Delta's dropping pretty quick. Delta's dropping very fast here. Tilray making new lows. Tilray. All right, deltas are starting to rise again. VIX still showing strength. VIX. All right, so VWAP overhead at 441. No signs of a bounce yet. Delta's dropping off again. Delta's dropping pretty fast. Selling. Aggressive selling here. All right, VIX back up to the highs now. Overnight lows, Globex session lows right here, 437. All right, VIX at the highs. Sectors were 80%, 90% green this morning. Now it's 90% red. Everything getting sold. Amazing. That downtrend still in effect. Okay, so from this low up to that high, we're below 50% now. So that's telling you it's a weaker market, obviously. 382 would need to see a bounce. We got that last week. This week, 50%. All the moving averages are rolling over. Looks like we'll retest this low the way it's going. 432 is the next Fibonacci zone, 432.50. Looks like another bear flag setting up. Tesla.
Triumvirate Officer Gary Guillaume.
Hold on one second. Okay, so more bear flags, price action following through to the downside. VIX pushing towards 25 now. VIX. All right, pushing a bit higher. VIX pushing higher. Or a little bit of short covering. A little bit of short covering here. On SPY, VIX still at the highs of the day. Bear flag on SPY. Still looking at a bear flag on SPY. Futures, I'm just watching closely. The deltas are starting to climb a little bit. All right, bear flag still on SPY until we see some sort of rollover here. VIX is starting to roll over a little bit at the highs. All right, some short covering. Starting to see some short covering. FANG stocks are starting to see some short covering over the last 8 minutes or so. I got to leave here in less than 20 minutes. Got to leave at 20 minutes to 4. Go pick up the daughter at school. All right, so I see CNQ that made a nice pop today. CNQ, I sold it over here near 1 o'clock. CNQ, Cardinal Health, nice follow through on Cardinal Health. That was a decent trade. Follow through. Nice follow through from Thursday into Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Nice. Let me see Cardinal. I don't think I have any shares left at Cardinal. I might want to take off here, do I? No. Okay, I took it off. All right, so good. All right, shorts covering. FANG stocks are showing signs of shorts covering here. Our VIX bouncing. Looks like a bear flag might break again on SPY. SPY. Bear flag getting rejected at the 20 EMA. Really not a lot of blocks today on the three indices, IWM, Qs, and SPY. Not a whole lot have traded. We got 2 more trading days to end the week. We have Friday off. Be looking forward to that off day. Not going to New Orleans as anticipated with the wife out of town. She's in Moscow now. She made it to Moscow after 3 days of flying around. Crazy. What is Lulu doing? Lulu at the 200-day. Lulu looked good this morning. Got rejected. Rejected at the 200-day, so it needs to get above to be bullish. Bearish below 360, bullish above 380, 390. All right, so bearish below 360, bullish above 390. Lulu still watching for that to do something. Dollar Tree taking some profits off into strength today. Had that upper Keltner band was a good idea. We got out. That worked out pretty well. Costco and Walmart. Those still consolidating, Costco and Walmart. Dollar Tree is trying to bounce here. Dollar Tree. Most stocks are down and to the right at the moment on the 5-minute, 2-minute charts, down and to the right. Most of them had very strong mornings up until about 11 o'clock. We started to see some fades. Tesla is well off of its highs of the day. SPY looks like it's going to drift lower. I'm going to hold on to my QID. I might add to QID. Basically short the Qs. Qs not showing any strength. SPY making a new low here. SPY making a new low. VIX making a new high. VIX making a new high. SPY pulling back.
Looking now for the early market front close imbalance, it is currently sitting at 202 million to the sell side.
202 million to sell. That's really not that much. 202 million to sell. VIX at the highs, showing no trend reversals. VIX just continues to make higher highs and higher lows, while SPY makes lower lows and lower highs. All right, VIX. Okay, so we got buyers at the low, pushing up to the highs. I believe Russell said he's looking for 27 on the VIX. He's got VIX calls, MACD's crossed. SPY, the opposite. And S&P. Retracement, still looking for that C pivot. Thought we had it this morning, and then we've got that reversal selling at the highs. So we're very observant, looking for selling into strength. That showed up about 11 o'clock. Many of you took puts from that level. I know Frank did take puts. So we've got 29 minutes to go to create a hammer. I doubt that's going to happen. Any kind of buying at the lows here would confuse the issue even more. Right now, it's pretty obvious it's bearish, the S&P. 10 days down from that pivot high 2 weeks ago, Tuesday. 10 days down. 7 of the last 10 trading days have met with selling into strength. So that sentiment continues. And we saw that again today. Deltas are starting to rise on the ES. Deltas are starting to rise. I got to leave here in less than 10 minutes, folks. Got to leave in less than 10 minutes.
Goodbye, traders.